Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Will County Board meeting for June 16th, 2022. I'll let people find their seats. I'll call this meeting to order. County Board Member Cook, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and moment of silence?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we set out this morning to make prudent decisions for all residents of Will County, I want us to begin with a moment of silence for the nearly 20,000 people who have died due to gun violence so far in 2022. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mueller. Yes. Frizzalone. Newquist. Here. Cook. Here. Oops. Ogala. Oh. And Balich. Okay. Mustis. Here. Mitchell. Here. Tyson. Here. Gazanfer. Here. Trainier. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks. Winfrey. Parker. Ventura. Coleman. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Krolitis. Cowan.
23 present, 3 absent.
With 23 members present, we have a quorum. I need a motion to place on file a certificate of publication. Motion by Mitchell, seconded by Ballard. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizzalone. Yes. Newquist. Yes. Ogala. Yes. Cook. Yes. Mustis. Yes. Mitchell. Yes. Tyson. Yes. Gazanfer. Yes. Fritz. Yes. Gould. Yes. Van Dyne. Yes. Balich. Yes. Brooks. Yes. Parker. Yes. Ventura. Yes. Coleman. Yes. Markham. Yes. Berkowitz. Yes. Pretzel. Yes. Weigel. Yes. Freeman. Yes. Cowan.
Yes. 23 affirmative.
23 affirmative, the motion carries. I now need a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the May 19th, 2022 board meeting. Move. Motion by Van Dyne. Second by Ogala. Previous roll call by Mitchell. Seconded by Cook. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Madam Clerk, will you please acknowledge the elected officials and media present today?
Today we have County Executive Jennifer Bertino Tarrant, County Clerk Lawrence Daly Ferry, Coroner Lori Summers, Recorder of Deeds Karen Stuckel, and I don't see any media present.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to invite Board Member Brooks to come to the podium for check presentations that we have today. You are doing all three.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have 3 check presentations, which is one of the best part of my job. I love doing. And the first one is to the National Black Hookup of Women. Is there anybody here to represent? Then I keep the check, right? I will contact them on behalf of the Will County Board, our County Executive Office, the Waste Management Partnership Host Agreement, and my partner Denise Winfrey that was not able to be here on today. We present the National Hookup of Black Women Family Childhood Books in the amount of $5,000. Thank you, County Board. The next one is to the Blueprint Agency. Anybody hear from them? The second check I get to keep. On behalf of the Will County Board, our host agreement with Waste Management Disposal, our county executive, and my partner Denise Winfrey, I will be presenting Blueprint Agency a check in the amount for $5,000. Thank you all again, ladies and gentlemen. And last but not least, I'm going to walk out of here a happy man today. The Greater YMCA Summer Camp. Anybody here from the Y? All right. You all making me happy today. On behalf of the Will County Board, our Executive Office, Waste Management Host Agreement, my partner Denise Winfrey that's not here today, we are presenting this check, Greater Joliet YMCA, for the summer camp in the amount of $10,000. Thank you all. I'll come back and get them later. I should have drove my bigger car.
Right. Thank you, Member Brooks. On the agenda is recognizing Judy Mitchell, but I understand we are postponing that to the next month. And so at this time, Board Member Weigel, will you please read the recognition for Will County's Better Buildings Challenge Energy Performance Goal Achievement?
Thank you, County Executive. This is recognizing Will County's Better Building Challenge Energy Performance Goal Achievement. A Better Building Initiative is a partnership between the United States Department of Energy, the public, and private sector organizations to improve energy efficiency in buildings nationwide, thereby saving energy, saving money, and creating jobs. In 2012, Will County joined the Better Building Challenge, a voluntary undertaking in which organizations strive to improve the energy performance of their buildings by at least 20% in 10 years. Since then, the county has implemented various energy reduction measures, such as high-efficiency lighting and HVAC upgrade system adjustment, reflective roofs, and low-emission window installation, and other green capital projects within county-owned properties. As a result, in 2021, Will County reduced the energy use intensity across its Better Buildings Challenge portfolio by 23% compared with 2009 baseline, achieving the performance goal and earning recognition from the U.S. Department of Energy for leadership in energy efficiency. I believe land use may have a certificate here. Are they here? They want to show it? No? Okay. That's all. Thank you. Oh, here she is.
Hi, everybody. I'm Christina Snitko. I'm the Senior Energy and Conservation Specialist. This is Brianna Moore. She's also an Energy and Conservation Specialist. She went to DC last month, and we received the award for this, so we can pass it around for everybody. Here. Do you want to like hold it?
Yeah, we also received this really nice crystal trophy too, so we'll have it on display in the land use department. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, County Board Member Weigel. Thank you to you ladies and the entire department for all the work that you do on behalf of Will County. I was at an event actually this weekend, and many people at the event, the Conservation Water event, the Slammers, they noted what a great job that you ladies do, so thank you very much. So at this time, we are going to, I got loud all of a sudden, didn't I? We are going to have public comments. This is for public comments for anything on today's agenda items. So today's agenda items, first, a reminder that when you speak, you have 3 minutes and that we keep on point. So at first, I believe we have Chris Myers is here today. Would Chris like to come up? There you are, there. Sorry, Chris.
Good morning. I am Chris Myers, and I'm the Executive Director of the Livingston County Mental Health Board, a 708 board. Our referendum was passed in 1968, so our mental health board has been in existence for over 50 years. That is quite a lot of money that has been put back into our community. We're a small community. You know, I think our population is 37,000. Our levy alone, and we're not even at the maximum levied amount, is about $900,000 a year. That $900,000 goes into our community. As far as mental health boards, they are invested in planning, funding, coordinating, and evaluating a comprehensive array of services to address a wide range of behavioral health needs. All of the mental health boards follow the actual Illinois state statute that allowed mental health boards to be in existence. I think first and foremost, and I put this into the minds of my county board that I report to every year, we are extremely accountable, fiscally sound for every single dollar that we spent. We spend approximately 82% of our budget goes to our agencies. Some of the, for our levy is not at the maximum at this time. It's about 10.5 cents per $100,000 house. So that's what our tax levy figures out to. Some of our tax funds for our mental health agency, we fund people that don't have insurance or people that their insurance does not cover particular services. We fund our Snowball program, which is geared at youth and leadership and drug-free. We spend a lot of our funds go for prevention and awareness in our community. Our developmental disability provider, we fund dental services because Medicaid doesn't always cover dental services, camp scholarships, supported employment, employment services, community support. We fund our special rec program in our county. We fund Safe Journeys, which is our domestic violence, sexual assault. They have their grants. All of these agencies have grants, whether they're state or federal, but these are for the programs and services that do not have a funding stream. I think the question today comes up because of your mental health board. You fund the levy for them. We share space with our health department in our county, and we actually just moved into a new building in February. They do not have mental health services. They do not have substance abuse services. They collaborate with us on different projects. Right now, they're collaborating with our health provider, which is our mental health and substance use provider, on Narcan training, awareness, and giving out the product to individuals in the community. So there's a lot of collaboration. And I can't say there's no conflict, but we're there for the citizens, the people that have the behavioral health needs, and that's what we are about. I look at if we have 2 different levies. We also have a 377 levy that only funds developmental disability services. So between our 2 levies, it's about $1.3 million.
Ms. Myers, can you please wrap up soon?
Okay, so over 50 years, that's $50 million that we have invested in our community. So if anybody has any questions, I will leave my business cards here and email and everything. So I appreciate your action on this vote. It is very important.
Thank you. Next, we have Mike Murray.
Good morning. My name is Michael Murray, and I'm a visitor from Bloomingdale Township in DuPage County. I'm the only one that takes Route 53 to get to Will County. So this is like a vacation for me. And we were the first to form a mental health board in DuPage County in 2017. And I am hoping today you will vote to put a referendum on the ballot this November and join us in reaping the benefits of expanded mental health, substance abuse, and developmental disability services. In our community, many were skeptical about the possibility of passing a referendum. Today, I can tell you those skeptics have been converted to firm believers as to the advantages of expanding services and the value of our mental health board. Our first supporters were, of course, the police and fire department, as well as, I'm sad to say, the funeral homes in our community who had to deal on a daily basis with the mental health and substance abuse crisis. Our board provides a broad array of grants covering many areas at a cost of less than 3 cents per $100 of assessed valuation. My own taxes went up a whopping $16.67 a year for my home, which is valued at about $300,000. At that small amount, our board funds about $1 million in grants, around 20 grants in total. To meet the needs of our police, our board provides grants to ensure every police department in our community has a social worker on staff. The social worker reviews all the activities on a daily basis, getting help for those who need it. The result, lower costs, and of course, more importantly, a healthier community. Mental health, substance abuse, and developmental disabilities are not political issues. They are, in fact, public health issues. The ultimate goal of many of the grants is to provide help early enough so the problems do not become police issues. To accomplish this, we are expanding services for our young people. We are in the process right now of forming what we call a children's network. The goal of the Children's Network is to ensure that each child gets the help they need in a timely manner, including maternal, prenatal, and postpartum care, and care for young people up to the age of 21. Each mental health board is unique and based on the needs and availabilities of services in the community. So Will County will chart its own course among the 75 mental health boards in the state of Illinois. But there are several common threads to all mental health boards. First, they cannot fund things that are funded elsewhere. Mental health board funds programs that fulfill unmet needs, things that aren't funded right now. You
Mr.
will
Murray, you're
not
at
be
3 minutes. If you
duplicating
could wrap up
services.
for us. Thank you.
Can I close? Okay. By voting to put the referendum on the ballot, you give your citizens an opportunity to address a problem that touches each of us. Everyone in this room is affected. If you are a skeptic, I am confident you will be, as the leaders in our community, a proponent and a believer in expanding services. Thank you for listening and giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. And my full remarks I left with the organizing influence, I call it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray, for joining us in Will County. And I have, sorry, I can't read the writing. It says CH, I believe. Is there someone else who would like to speak on any item that is on the agenda today? Yep, come on up, sir. Yep, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Peter Kitovich with the zoning case, the 22015.
You know, we're going to have a separate meeting for the zoning. You will have a hearing for the zoning.
No, I
is it?
understand. I'm just here to request to postpone, actually.
I'm
So they
sorry,
mentioned
okay.
to do that here at the beginning.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, sorry about that. Yeah, so after some conversation with some board members, municipality, we want to be a good neighbor, so we're just requesting to postpone so we can further those conversations and try to appease some of those concerns. Bless you.
Good morning. I'm also from DuPage County, and I go down Route 53. But I like to think of it as Route 66, where the fun begins. I wondered why somebody didn't do
Before you begin,
something.
can you please introduce yourself? I'm sorry.
Oh, my name is Donna Prepashal,
Okay.
Woodridge, Illinois. I wondered why somebody didn't do something. Then I realized I am someone. I'm a proponent for mental health boards. Initially, I was skeptical about the concept of a mental health board. I found it a confusing concept. As I studied the issue, I found that no one was planning ahead. Then I made a 708 board my mission. When it comes to pass, I envision a less traumatic way for families to enter the system of care for mental illness, substance abuse, and developmental disabilities. I hope for crisis intervention units to be developed by police departments with adequate funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else for anything on? Sue, come on up.
Thank you. Good morning, County Board. Good morning, County Executive. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sue Olenek. I'm the Executive Director of the Will County Health Department. Will County Health Department has had mental health and behavioral health services, since about 1950. So somebody is doing something. As you know, mental health and behavioral health services and everything that goes within that are expensive services to provide. We've been providing those. We receive a levy from the county to perform all of our functions and services. And no doubt there are more services that are needed everywhere. If you just read the paper, listen to the news, which I don't do anymore because it's very depressing. Suicides in Will County, there's no trend. They range from 20-year-olds to 70-year-olds. Shootings, kidnappings, the man who drowned his 3 children the other day, disgusting, right? So no doubt there's a need for more services. But you already have a health department that provides these services. You have a community health center that provides these services. We do psychiatry for child and adolescent. We do psychiatry for adult. We do outpatient therapy for both. We do intensive outpatient therapy for both. We do a medication-assisted treatment program at the health center. We do substance use. We were asked by county executive a couple of years ago to bring that program back, which we did. We do crisis response. In July, we're going to start with our program 590, which is the program crisis response across the entire lifetime, whether you're funded or not funded. We take private insurance, we take Medicaid, we take Medicare. We see patients that don't have insurance. We use sliding fee scales. So I'm all for being able to provide additional services to our community because it's needed. But it makes sense to me to fund a system that's already in place. We received an increase in our levy several years ago. And prior to that, it had been, probably a decade before we saw increased funding. This would require a separate levy. This would require taxpayers to pay an additional tax for this mental health board. They already pay taxes to help fund our programs. And it just makes sense to me to increase the programs that we have, fund further the programs that we have as a public health director and as a taxpayer. So there are a lot of mental health providers and behavioral health providers in this county.
You're at 3 minutes, if you could wrap up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Couple things here for you to understand. The mental health boards were put in place historically because there was no mental health services. or no health department that provided mental health services. That's not the case in Will County. Or they were put together because there's no community mental health provider. Will County Health Department has been the community mental health provider since its inception. So that's what I have to say, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for items on the agenda? Okay, come on then.
Good morning, and I will introduce myself. I am Lori Summers. I'm the Will County Coroner. I'm going to speak to the 708 board. I did speak with County Board Member Sherry Newquist outside. I'm in total agreement with putting this into place. I hope you do find it in your heart to put that on the ballot for November. And this is why. As I'm listening, this is not only about mental health. She was inclusive of substance abuse. Last week, we know that we had a surge in overdoses in the county, and it prompted my office and myself to put out a public health alert. Since we did this last week, which was a week ago Wednesday, we have had a ton of interest. People have been calling us. The media is interested, and I'm asking the media to not just make this a flash in the pan, that they continue covering it, because it's not going away. Fortunately, last night we did not have an overdose, which I do not even want to call it that anymore, because it's a drug toxicity. It is a poisonous level of those drugs. One of the other things that we put into place, and I want you to know, and I will make this brief, we joined something called ODMAP. My deputy coroner, Mike Vanover, is in charge of that, and as each case comes in, whether we know for sure that it's a confirmed drug toxicity, or if we have the confirmation, we have put every single case in since the beginning of the year. So between the cases since the beginning of the year and what we have on our pending list, which is, again, we are pretty sure that these are overdoses, but we have to have the confirmation from toxicology. We have 67 cases. 26 were female, 41 were males. The majority of them are between their 30s and 40s. You have done a lot of wonderful things. We've brought in the substance abuse initiative. We approved the new facility for treatment. The money has to come in. We have to find a better way to be able to treat these people. And I can tell you that every single case that we brought in, there was an underlying mental health issue. If we don't deal with the mental health, we're not going to fix the addiction, because they are self-medicating. There were 2 moms that stood out front that I had the honor of meeting this past weekend. They're not from our county. They're here to fight for their kids. We will not call it overdoses any longer, even on our death certificates. It is an intoxication and a toxicity. That is a change I have made in my office. If you went to the hospital with a heart attack, you would not be turned away. You would be treated. We need to look at this the same way. Nobody has blinders on. We're not going to fix everybody. But I'm asking you to look inside yourself, because guess what? Don't think you're immune to it. This could be one of your family members. Please vote for this to be placed on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment? All resolutions and ordinance from the May 19th, 2022 board meeting have been signed and returned, and we have no new business today. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Markham for land use and development.
Good morning, everybody. I will begin by making the motion to open the public hearing for all land use cases. So I so move.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Cook. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller? Yes. Frizzalone? Yes. Newquist? Yes. Ogalla? Yes. Cook? Yes. Mustis? Yes. Mitchell? Yes. Tyson? Yes. Gazanfer? Yes. Trainier? Fritz? Gould? Van Dyne? Balich? Brooks? Parker? Ventura? Coleman? Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz? Pretzel? Weigel? Freeman? Cowan?
24 affirmative.
24 affirmative. We are now in public hearing. Please be advised, absolutely no new evidence or information will be allowed once this land use public hearing is closed. Do we have any comments from the public for the public hearing? I have 2 names written here, but I'm not sure if they're just here to, for record. Anyone need to speak? Okay.
I have a, should mention, since the applicant for the first case spoke in the, earlier for the public comment, would it be prudent to mention it for the public hearing, just so it's on the public hearing record?
Sure.
Okay, so, the zoning case for, ZC-22-015, the applicant did request that we, postpone the vote for, their application so that they can work with the, surrounding community to come up with a new plan. So that will be part of the public record now for this.
Okay, thank you very much. So I need a motion to close the public hearing. Motion by Frizzalone, seconded by Markham. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller? Frizzalone? Newquist? Ogala? Cook? Mustis? Mitchell? Tyson? Gazanfer? Trainier? Fritz? Gould? Van Dyne? Balich? Brooks? Parker? Ventura? Coleman? Markham? Berkowitz? Pretzel? Weigel? Freeman? Cowan?
24 affirmative.
24 affirmative. The public hearing is now closed. Chairman Markham.
Alrighty, so our first item is ZC-22-015. This is a request for a zoning map amendment from A1 C2 to I1, and a special use permit for the self-service storage, and a special use permit for the outdoor storage. This is in Homer Township, commonly known as vacant property on 159th Street in Homer Glen, District 7. This is the item that I just spoke of, that they requested that it be delayed until July, so I'll make the motion to put it on the table, then make the second motion. So I move to approve the zoning map amendment. Well, we have to put it on the floor of that, so I need a second on that, then we can make a motion to postpone it.
Okay, motion by Markham, seconded by Ogala. Previous roll by Balich.
Hold on.
Okay, hold on.
That was to approve it, so now we're at, so now I'll make the motion to postpone this till July. That way we don't accidentally approve everything.
Yep. We'd like some discussion first. Hold on, we're going to have a discussion first. We have some people who have questions. County Board Member Mustis.
I do have some questions here. I don't know what they need to work out or who they're talking with. My understanding is that Homer Glen has objected. I don't know if they filed a legal objection. I would tell, if they haven't, they should. I think there's some other objectors that are adjoining property owners. And you know, I quite frankly, I don't know how this got passed to these various committees, especially going from A1 to I1. You know, this is a kind of a, I think it's I1's inappropriate. You know, I'd like to almost, rather than postpone this, just remove it. You know, I'm not going to object to the postponing, but I'd still like to see it removed to have further discussion by the community and give those even a more of an opportunity to discuss it. So I just wanted to make those comments. I don't think this zoning is appropriate for the area because of the way it developed. And we as county board, really need to make a request to the executive's office to look at our land use plan so we can eliminate these, what I think are conflicts, uses, because if land use approved this, and they're letting something go from from A1 to I1, and basically what is a local community, then I would say there's something wrong with our land use plan. So maybe we need to look at that too. So those would be my comments. Thank you, Madam Executive.
Thank you. County Board Member Ballage.
Yeah, I'm from Homer Township. I'm the supervisor. We objected to that plan also, and the village objected. It pretty much everybody had the same problem what Jim just talked about. If it went through as it is, you'd have industrial for the whole 159th Street corridor. The village of Homer Glen was here this morning, and they left because it was pulled, but you know, they're looking at it, and you know, they'd like to work something out with the people to let it get in there, but they would have to change the zoning. So the same with us. We can't do it for a while until we go through public hearings and everyone agrees and blah, blah, blah. But 159th Street doesn't need, and I'm sure there's other areas of the county that is going to be affected with similar types of developments. So we need to find something that's a middle ground, and it might take 6-7 months, but we got to work on it, whatever it is, because otherwise we're going to be screwed, because we're going to have to turn down all kinds of projects just because of the industrial portion.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion in County Board Member, I'm sorry, do you want to close? We have one more board member to just put on.
I just wanted to, Jim made a couple of good points that I forgot to mention about the village did file a legal objection and the neighbor, so this would have required 20 votes. So I just wanted to, because Jim mentioned that and I forgot to mention that there was the legal objection. So I just wanted to, Jim reminded me of that.
County Member Ventura.
Yes, so I spoke with the applicant as well as the real estate representative, and they are trying to work with our staff so that they can be responsible and not changing everything to I-1 necessarily, but I believe at the committee, they discussed looking at the zoning changes and trying to find a solution that doesn't take 6 months, to Steve's point, so that's why they're looking for another month. It has nothing to do with the legal objection. It has to do with our zoning plan and what our staff is going to try to work out, and I think Tyler's working with them directly.
County Board Member Gould.
Good morning. I couldn't hear Mr. Markham over here. Did he say there was a vote before the vote to postpone? Couldn't hear what he said.
Okay, you mean when I made the motion to put it on the floor and then somebody second and previous rolled it and I tried to stop before we voted on it. So then I made the second motion. So I tried to jump in before. We didn't vote on anything. I just.
Your motion to postpone it. I'm sorry.
That's the only motion before us?
Yeah, because you have to, I had to make the motion to put the item on the table for us to discuss. And then we got a little ahead of ourselves. Yeah, we got a little ahead of ourselves, so we're good. But, so I pass it back to the smart people in the room.
So there is a motion and second to postpone. Is there any more discussion? We okay with previous roll? Okay, previous roll call, Ventura, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
My question, Mary, I have a question for Mary. Do I have to do it for both special use permits too, or did that take care of the whole zoning case?
I guess I would ask for clarification from the clerk as to what the motion was. Was it just, when you made the motion, did you specify the whole case, or did you simply say the map amendment?
I don't recall. I think I said the zoning case, but I think I just read the zoning case number.
Okay, then the entire zoning case
So
was
we're good?
postponed.
Okay.
Yes.
We're good? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't forget something. So that brings us to number 2, which is zoning case ZC-22-017. This is a zoning map amendment request from C2 to R3. This is in Crete Township, commonly known as 27446 Hickory Street, Crete, Illinois, County Board District Number 1, and I move to approve the map amendment from C2 to R3.
Motion by Markham, seconded by O'Gala. Is there any discussion? Previous roll. I'm sorry. Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Berkowitz. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, and number 3 is zoning case ZC-22-032, which is a request for a special use permit for the keeping of farm animals with 7 conditions. This is in DuPage Township, commonly known as 17152 Bluff Road in Lamont, Illinois, and I move to approve the special use permit.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Mueller. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Trenier, seconded by Gansifer, and all in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Do you have that? Okay. Motion carries.
All right, and that concludes land use. I feel like I should talk so I keep our record going from last month, but so our next committee meeting is scheduled for July 12th at 10:30 a.m., and I will see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. This time we'll move on to Chair Trenier, Finance Committee.
Good morning, fellow county board members. I have some reports to place on file from the Illinois Department of Revenue showing sales tax remitted to Will County for the month of March 2022 to be $1,937,025.79. The RTA tax received is $2,289,535.55 for a grand total of $4,226,561.34. We also have the Will County Monthly Treasurer Report dated March 31st, 2022, so the end of last year's, oh, no, sorry, not our fiscal year, different year, from Will County Treasurer Tim Brophy, and then the Will County Circuit Court Clerk's Annual Financial Report for the fiscal year ended November 30th, 2021, and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Newquist. Previous roll call by Gansifer. Seconded. That's right. You are absolutely right. See? We have seconded by Newquist, Madam Clerk, or can we just ask, can you change the roll? Thank you. All right. I'm not used to this, informality. Previous roll call by, I can't remember who said it. Thank you, and seconded by Ventura. You have, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Yes, we have you there.
Okay, next up, item 22-151, allocating funding from the Fifth Amendment of the Prairie View Host Agreement with Waste Management to the We Will Grow Community Garden Program, and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Ventura. Previous roll call Freeman, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And the last item for this morning, 22-152, appropriating PACE subsidy for the paratransit integration and efficiency studies, and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Moussis. Previous roll call by Ventura, seconded by Brooks. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And our next Finance Committee meeting will be on July 5th, so please don't have too much fun on the 4th. And we will try to meet at 11 a.m. We'll see what happens.
County, our Chair Van Dyne, Public Works and Transportation.
Good morning, everyone. Start with Resolution 22-153, adopting the Will County fiscal year 2023 to 2028 Transportation Improvement Program, and I would like to make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Gansifer. Previous roll call, any discussion? Previous roll call by Moussis, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-154, confirming award of contract to Gallagher Asphalt Corporation, $1,152,717.80 for the Wilmington Peatone resurfacing project. And I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Brooks, seconded by Ballage. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution 22-155, improvement by county under the Illinois Highway Code for the Wilmington Peatone Road resurfacing project using MFT funds, $1.25 million, County Board District 6, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Gould. Previous roll call by Gansifer, seconded by Fritz. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-156, confirming award of contract to H&H Electric, $203,584.80 for the countywide signal maintenance, all county board districts, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Markham. Previous roll call by Brooks, seconded by Fritz. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-157, confirming award of contract to Toby's Construction, $1,465,269 for Kankakee County Line Road, County Highway 58 over Pike Creek, County Board District 1, and I'll make the motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Cooks. Previous roll call by Tyson, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution 22-158, confirming award of contract to PT Farrow, $69,006.30 for Manhattan Road District resurfacing, County Board District 2, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Cook. Previous roll call by Musis, seconded by Frizzalone. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-159, authorizing approval of professional services agreement for right-of-way acquisition services for several parcels of property on Laraway and 52, County Boards Districts 8 and 12, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Coleman, seconded by Freeman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-160, authorizing the county executive to execute an IGA between the County of Will and the Village of Homer Glen for improvements on Bell Road at 143rd, County Board District 7, and I so move.
Second, Freeman.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Frizzalone, seconded by Parker. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Lastly, 22-161, authorizing intergovernment agreement between the County of Will and the City of Joliet and the Village of Shanahan related to Phase 1 engineering of Route 6, County Board District 6, and I'll make the motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Gould. Previous roll call by Ventura, seconded by Weigel. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Our next Public Works and Transportation meeting is scheduled for July 5th, 2022 at 9 a.m., and that concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Tyson, Diversity and Inclusion.
Good morning, everyone. The Diversity Committee continues to work with the Executive's Office and our consultant, Carmona, to advance the Diversity and Inclusion Master Plan. We have been focusing on county procurement and human resources as our primary targets. We hope to have more information in the coming months to share with the board. Will County values our diversity, and we continue to work on ways to improve what we do, both with the services and products we purchase. We also want to continue to work on improving our recruitment of our workforce so that our county staff is even more reflective of the population we serve. Our next meeting is scheduled for July the 6th at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Public Health and Safety Committee, Chair Ventura.
Yes, item 22-162, certifying the question of the levying of a tax for the Community Mental Health Board. And I'd like to ask Speaker Cowan to be recognized to introduce this item.
We need to put on we need a motion first.
Oh, I so move.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Motion by Ventura, seconded by Mueller. Discussion, Speaker Cowan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I asked to be able to make some comments about this because I was the one who initially brought it to the Public Health Committee and asked them to consider this. This is a constituent initiative, frankly. I received in my area, I think as in all of our areas, there's grave concern about mental health and mental health services and substance use disorder services. And there's been a lot of talk in my area about the creation of a 708 mental health board. And I was asked a number of times by constituents why Will County didn't have one. So I asked the Public Health Committee to look into what that would look like and if there was a taste for it. And I'm pleased that it passed through committee. To clarify, we are only asking today whether or not we should ask the public if this is a priority for them. When we talk about funding, I think we can all agree this is a priority, but we need funding for these services. And as the executive director of our health department pointed out, we do have these services. But a 708 board, I think there might be some misunderstanding. This doesn't create a new health department. It doesn't create a new organization to dispense of these services. It creates a funding line. And I think if these services are important to our community, as I believe they are, it is our responsibility to make sure we can pay for them. A 708 board would provide essentially a locked box. The funding, instead of being up to the whims of the county board on every year of how much we were going to be able to allocate to the health department, we would be able to have a dedicated stream of revenue for these services. There's every possibility that that mental health board would decide to fund the health department with these services or other related organizations. So, of course, it's not our job today to decide whether or not to have a 708 board. It's our job to say whether or not we'd like to ask our residents to weigh in on this. And I think it's appropriate to ask them. And so I would ask everyone's support in adding this referendum to the ballot so that we can get a gauge from our constituents about whether or not this is something they'd like us to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader Frizzalone.
Yeah, first, I was unaware of the fact that the Board of Health isn't doing their job and that our health department isn't doing their job. You know, adding more taxes onto already overtaxed constituents, if you wanna raise the county levy and afford more on the levy for the health department, that's your prerogative. You guys have the majority. But to add another tax on and take total control out of the county board's hands, obviously opposite to what the speaker is saying, this is a county board's decision. We're going to leave it to another board, which of course won't be picked by us. I don't understand where you're going. I mean, you heard the director of our health department tell us we are providing these services. If you just want to tax more, just raise the county tax. You're going to probably do that anyway. But to put a whole nother tax on, which can go up to, I mean, I know the numbers that we're hearing, but if you look at what the first speaker was talking about, the small amount, the 900,000. Yeah, they have 37,000 residents. We have 700,000 residents. Are we going to be taxing $300-400 a house in my neighborhood, in a lot of our neighborhoods? You wonder why people are leaving Illinois? This is why. Spend your money wisely, but don't just add on and add on more taxes. Secondly, I honestly think we ought to postpone this vote because all it was at the health department. Now, I understand we bring resolutions forward that come from the health department or any other committee, but this is about adding a referendum to ask people about taxes. We have no idea what this is going to create in money, what the anticipated thoughts are on what percentage we're going to tax. Shouldn't some of that be discussed in front of the whole board? Maybe you need to do a committee of the whole, or at least bring it to executive. But you have it at one small committee, the Public Health Committee, and you're going to ask this entire board to vote on sending a referendum out to add additional tax and to take board control of how money is going to be spent. Now, if you all do pass this now, without further discussion, I'm going to have to say I'll be voting against any additional monies that go to the health department. And maybe we ought to take away the the money that they're getting now for mental health, because this board will decide everything. Secondly, and I've said this many, 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 many times, we have $134 million of ARPA money. We haven't given out a nickel yet. It's been over a year and a half. We're already in some of the pillars allocating 15 to 20 million to mental health. Don't you think we should give that money out before we go to the taxpayers and say, we want to tax you some more, even though we're sitting on a pile of money here that can go for mental health right now? So, when appropriate, I make the motion we postpone this to at least get some more information on what this is going to cost our taxpayers before we put something on the ballot to make ourselves look ridiculous. Thank you.
Make a statement.
Hold on one second. So now we have a motion and a second, motion by Frischalone, seconded by Ballage, to postpone this resolution. So we'll start off with County Board Member Ballage. So now we are speaking on the postponement. It'll probably cross over though.
I'm looking to postpone it forever because we've got seniors that you're talking about mental health. They can't afford food right now because of the cost of all the natural gas, the electric, the car gas, the cost of food going up all the time. So now you're going to make them mentally disturbed because these poor seniors that are on a fixed income can't afford any more money. And we're talking about raising money, especially in this type of environment with everything going up. The stock market crashed again today. Their 401ks are going away, the ones that actually have them. I think it's a crime to even think about this. So I'd like to postpone it forever. But thank you, Mike, for doing it now.
County Board Member Weigel.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of an additional levy and this additional tax. I think our health board department is doing their job. If you do create a new board, they may want a new building, which could be much more costly and what have you. So I'd agree to postpone it, but I think we shouldn't even go into this having a new board. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Trenier.
Yeah, on the postponement, I don't see a need to postpone. All we're doing is putting a referendum on the ballot. That's what we're voting on here. We're not voting to tax anyone. We're letting the voters decide if they want to pay an additional tax for community mental health. We're leaving it up to the voters. And every board member here is a voter and will be entitled to vote on the question of levying a tax when they go to their ballot box in November.
County Board Member Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. So I'm not in support of an additional levy or an additional tax, and I would like Commissioner Ventura and our secretary to provide us with some information now before it's postponed or before we're forced to vote on something we had no information about. So what I'd like to know is who will have authority over this board. I'd like to know who will sit on this board and what the size of the board is. You must have discussed this in order to bring it forward. So I'd like that information, and I would also like to know probably, I'm not sure if it would be the treasurer's office or who would know this, what is the cost to bring forward this referendum? So if we could have that information, I would appreciate it.
County Board Member Ventura, would you like to reply?
It's in her packet. It's been provided both at the committee level as well as that she had caucus and then again today. So she just needs to read her packet.
I don't think it takes an extra effort to provide those answers. We've got people in the audience. We also have constituents who don't have the benefit of having this information. So as a courtesy, I would request that it be disclosed.
Would you like to,
The end of all the comments.
regarding her questions?
Hers and others, yes.
Will you be willing to wait till, she is coming up in a few members. You mind waiting? If you don't get your questions, we'll come back. All right, thank you. County Board Member Moostis.
Yes, thank you. You know, we're all for mental health, but let me tell you how I feel we provided that. You know, when the state kind of bailed out on mental health a number of years ago, and they did that by closing facilities, cutting funding, and basically said, we're going to push this down to the local health departments. And the health department should do the mental health, and we'll give grants to the health departments to provide mental health. And they do give us grants. I know Sue mentioned the levy, but also grants come from the state of Illinois to help provide mental health. So obviously the state of Illinois didn't say, well, we think we're going to send this money to health boards. They said we're going to send it to the health departments of the counties. So I think that's the appropriate place or appropriate government agency to provide these services, and indeed they do. And when we have talked about giving funding from like the cannabis money to mental health and to addictions, you know, there hasn't been a lot of support from the other side of the aisle here. They wanted to use it maybe more for social programming or whatever. And I think what we're being asked to do here today is you're asking me and others, everybody on this board, sign the check and we'll fill it in later. I know you, in this information you gave, you say, well, you know, what is actually the levy going to be? And I think and this is something I will probably ask Mary, if we're going to approve this, you should have the levy included in it, which you have not done. It should be what's going to go on the ballot, not an idea, but what should go on the ballot, including the amount of the levy. So obviously, this is, I think, premature, or you would have to redo it. And here again, I know I'm going to hear, we'll fill in the blanks later. Just approve, just sign the check, we'll fill in the amount later. Well, I'm not going to do that. You know, even the numbers you show, in my area, you show a $300,000 house. Well, you know, there's not too many $300,000 houses that exist in my area, and a lot of others. See, that's going to be $150 additional on their tax bill. I'm looking at this, you could be going anywhere from taxing Will County taxpayers anywhere from $10 to $20 million, depending on what the actual levy is going to be. Because you can give me estimates, but you haven't showed the actual levy and how much that levy generates in revenue. And we all know that with assessments going up the way they have, and the way they're going to go up in the future, that $150 is going to turn into $200 or $250. In my area, where probably the average house is more like $400,000, they're probably going to be $200 to $250. You know, but even if it's a $100,000 house, you know, who lives in those houses? You're taxing people who can't afford it at all. At all. You're taxing the poorest people or the lowest income people in this county. And if they're renters, the rent's going to go up, which affects, in many cases, people with lower incomes. I think it's kind of a regressive kind of tax when you do this. And I didn't
You're beyond
hear.
your 3 minutes, Mr. Mooses. Can you come to a close?
I will come to a conclusion. Can I have another 3 minutes? No.
We can give them to you.
Since I'm always going, hey, haven't they had their 3 minutes? No. I think it's a duplication of services, or not even services. Everything that was commented was they don't provide services, they hand out money. They hand out grants. they're not providing any mental health services. They're giving it to police departments or whoever they're giving it to. And I realize those programs are important, but it's not providing mental health services. They're not providing them, or drug addictions. They're handing out money. And I think, by the way, that can lead to many conflicts. Thank you, Madam Executive.
Thank you.
I'm a no on this.
County Board Member Gallo.
Thank you. I just want to say that I served in the Public Health and Safety Board Committee for a long time, and I was the chair of it for 4 years. During that time, the Health Department Director, Susan Olenek, has always come forward and provided us some information. I know there's some things that she wasn't able to get out during her 3 minutes, so I would like to ask her to come forward right now and have the opportunity to speak on that, as well as there are other comments I'd like to make. We can ask her to come forward
Uh,
always,
We have a motion to postpone right now, so, I mean.
So we'll wait?
Yeah. This is what you're not weighing in on the postponement. So if we have questions, we'll ask you questions, but this is not the appropriate time.
All
for
right,
that.
I'll ask
This
her
is-
then.
This is,
I'll
yeah,
ask
right
her
now,
after.
we're voting, remember, we're just voting on whether or not we should postpone, so.
Right. Okay, so fine, speaking on that, I usually attend the Public Health and Safety Committee meeting on a regular basis. This month I was unable to do that due to various different things. I think it is totally appropriate when asked that we do have the answers to the size of the board, the cost, all the questions that Member Berkowitz asked, we should have those answers. We can't go forward without that. We need to have a full discussion. In my conversation with our minority leader, he has never had this conversation at leadership meetings. How are we bringing forward a referendum that we're going to vote on without even leadership having had those conversations, without having a full conversation, I think, at committee of the whole, so everybody hears everything? To expect everyone to be able to attend a committee meeting is great, but everyone doesn't do it, they can't do it. I think if we're doing something as important as putting a referendum on a ballot, we as members all deserve the right to hear everything, to know and ask all the questions we need to ask prior to making a vote on it. In addition to that, our residents deserve to hear that and have those questions answered as well, because we've had a public hearing on it, conversation, which we have not done except at the Public Health and Safety Committee. I, as a chair, have always made sure that, when I was a chair, I always made sure that everything was brought forward and discussed. But this is, I think, a blatant power play, and I think that we shouldn't do this. We should have the conversation. So we should postpone it at a minimum for another levy. That taxpayers are, every day I'm going door to door to people's houses, and the main thing they say, what can you do to lower my taxes? I don't have an answer for them, because it just seems there's nothing I can do to lower their taxes, and that all we want to do as a board is continue to raise taxes and now add another tax.
Thank you. County Board Member Cook.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I'm noticing some willful obtuseness regarding the comments made by our speaker. This is actually just to put the referendum on the ballot. It's not increasing taxes. You guys may or may not remember, but several years ago we passed a motor fuel tax, and my Republican colleagues were very vocal about that going to referendum, because if we were going to increase taxes, the voters needed to say yes to it. So I should hope that they would also be in favor of allowing the residents to speak on this referendum. And if it is true that in the many, many houses and many, many residents that you've spoken to, that they do not want their taxes to increase under any circumstance, then this is likely to fail in any case. Okay. However, bringing it forward and allowing our residents to speak on it is exactly what's been asked for in the past. So I would hope that we could do that this time. Thank you.
County Board Member Coleman.
Thank you. I'm seconding kind of what Amanda just said, but I had to speak on this because of what the coroner came and spoke on. stating the age of the people who she's seen for the toxicity levels and deaths. There's plenty of examples. 2 were given today. 2 people came and spoke. There's been information in the packet. There's a cap. We talk a lot about mental health. Mental health is not just going to a therapist or receiving some type of services. I receive mental health services, been receiving them for a long time as a veteran. There's other things that need to be supported that keeps young people's mental health in a better place. There's a gap in understanding generations because people are on social media when they're born now. And through the ages of 20-something, that's a completely different demographic who face mental health issues that we have no ideas about. And so when we think about, oh, we're just giving money to organizations to help, that's a good thing because these organizations are in the community, they're seeing the people on a regular basis, and it's supporting the health department. Some of these funds can go back to the health department. And there's also a cap, if I'm not mistaken, on what the levy would be. So I am completely against postponing voting for this because there is a higher need than some of us realize in these communities that are not getting the attention they need when it comes to mental health. Thank you.
County Board Member Mitchell.
I'm not even going to belabor it. Let's go. I have nothing to add to it. Apparently, my colleagues want to move forward with it, and obviously, some of my colleagues do not. So I'm just going to be for postponement. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Pretzel.
You have to pass it to find out what's in it. That's what I'm hearing here. And I've heard it before. I didn't like the end result. I've committed to my constituents that I will oppose any new taxes. I scratch my head in disbelief that all of you are willing to go to your constituents at this time with a new tax or even a proposal for a new tax. I'll be opposing this. I support postponing it indefinitely. That's all. Thank you.
County Board Member Newquist.
Mr. Mustis asked who lives in these $100,000 houses. Well, I do. Most of my neighbors do. I live in a very underserved community, and I am very willing to trust my voters to decide if they want to allocate additional funds for mental health services or not. Thank you.
County Board Member Brooks.
Madam Executive, as you have stated several times, discussion right now is whether or not we want to vote on the postponement. And my answer is this. Even though Public Safety Committee is a smaller group of us, the bigger body is 26. However, there's over 700,000 residents of Will County, which is a much bigger body than we are. I think the power is in the people. Send it to the referendum and let them take all of their comments on today into consideration, and they vote yes or no. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board, and I'm not going in order just because there's people who have come up for a second time, so I'm trying to get everyone to be able to speak first. County Board Member Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I think people should think in terms of let the voter decide. They're intelligent people. We represent them. They tell us what they want. Put it on the ballot. Let them decide. Thank you.
County Board Member Berkowitz for a second time. Oops, you turned me off.
Thank you. All right, so I have again looked at my packet, and I see a corrupted file. I see a couple other documents. However, I do not see any information in respect to the questions that I presented. So again, even if we postpone it, these are questions that should be answered, and I would like to have them, the information provided today. It must be available because Commissioner Ventura indicated that it's in the packet. So given that I can't put my hands on it, can you please provide it? Thank you. And also the cost for bringing a referendum forward. I also asked if we had any information about that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, County Board Member Ventura. Close. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you. I'll make my comments about the postponement first, and then I will answer Jim and Julie's questions. Several residents from DuPage Township, Joliet Township, and Wheatland Township have approached me about this. They've also approached your speaker. There are 2 people currently downstairs who are also advocating this with banners. And when Ron Melka came and spoke to our committee, he spoke about how the funding could be spent on public uses like our health department and other services governments provide, private uses, and nonprofit uses. That is for the board to decide on those if one was to be created. We heard from our coroner today, and we all know and have seen increase in suicide, drug overdose, and yes, gun violence across our country. Raquel specifically asked me a few months ago, what are we doing about teen suicide? And we have been aggressively trying to address that, and this is one of those answers. Mimi did ask us to discuss it at Public Health and Safety. Our staff has supported this. When Sue spoke at our committee, she had supported this, and her one ask was that we not defund the current health department in order to fill the gaps of where we are missing it in mental health. And while we do provide mental health services, it does not provide services for everybody. I now hear that Mike Frizzlone is threatening to defund her, and I can't help but think that might be one reason that Sue came before us with a different opinion today. Ultimately, this is a vote, the power of the people to decide. To Amanda Cook's point, yeah, there is some willful ignorance happening in this room, everything from being rude when our speakers this morning were talking over them, to not reading our packet or the certifying of the question in front of us, and then also just completely ignoring that this is not the county board raising taxes. This is the county board asking our community and our residents and our constituents to vote with their own money. Right? This is not a raise in taxes. So the muddying of the waters, no one has said that our health department is not doing their job. Quite the opposite. We want to have a dedicated funding source for those services, and we can expand those services for people who need them. The county board is not raising taxes. This is not the board raising taxes. There's a huge difference between raising taxes and levying and having a referendum. Actually, what Mike is suggesting us do is raise taxes. It's exactly what he said. We're not doing that. We're giving the vote to the people. These are for the dedicated mental health. So to the ARPA funding, that's temporary. When that money is gone, it's gone. Much of our mental health, substance abuse and behavioral services are grant funded. The state and federal government at any moment could decide to change that funding, and that would impact our services substantially. If we had a dedicated funding source for that, there would be no question on whether we would continue these services or not. Again, this is a power to the voters. We aren't making anyone do anything, to Balaj's point. We are giving the voice to the voters. So, to Jim and Julie, the information is in the packet, but I'm happy to provide that. So the first thing, to Jim's point, on the question we're voting on is certifying the question of the levy. So it says, I'm going to need more than 3 minutes to read this. Okay. Whereas 1 in 5 adults experience mental health illness in a given year, and whereas the Will County Board and Will County Executive seek to improve the health of all Will County residents through high-quality health services, both through the Will County Health Department, the Community Health Center, and with all of our community health care partners. And whereas the cost of providing this quality care has risen over the years and the Will County population continues to grow rapidly, and whereas the Will County Board Public Health and Safety Committee heard presentations from other communities that have approved referendums to create a levy to fund community health, mental health boards, also known as 708 boards. And whereas it is the best interest of the citizens of the Will County that quality mental health services are available to all residents and additional funding is necessary to expand access and improve the quality of services. And whereas, pursuant to Chapter 405 ILCS 20-5, the County of Will is authorized to subject the question to the voters at an election held in accordance with the general election law as to whether the county shall be authorized to levy and collect a tax at the rate not to exceed 0.15% for the purpose of providing community health, mental health facilities and services for the person with a developmental disability or a substance use disorder. Now, therefore be it ordained that the County Board of Will County, Illinois, that the question of levying and collecting a tax to provide community health facilities and services for the persons with a developmental disability or a substance use disorder shall be submitted to the voters of the Will County at the next general election. Be it further ordained that the proposition shall be substantially the following form, and this is by state statute that this is in there. Shall the County of Will levy an annual tax of not to exceed 0.15% for the purpose of providing community mental health facilities and services, including facilities and services for the persons with a disability, developmental disability, or a substance use disorder? Yes or no? That would be what would be on the referendum. Or on the ballot. Be it further ordained that the corporate authority shall certify the question of the levying such a task to the proper election official, who shall submit the question to the voters at the next election held in accordance with the general election law. And be it further ordained that the preamble of this ordinance is hereby adopted as fully set forth within. This ordinance shall be in full force. Yada, yada. Okay, so now to Julie's questions. What is a Community 708 Mental Health Board authorized to do? Illinois State Statute 405, Illinois Compliance Statutes for Mental Health Authorities, May 2006, sets forth the rules of addressing mental health support in Illinois, including the establishment of community mental health boards. Under the statute, community mental health boards are not service providers. Their key role is strategy and planning, allocations of funds, and coordinators and evaluators who provide information, referrals, and bring together agencies and social workers to work on projects for the whole community. In order to meet the needs of those eligible to receive mental health services, the 708 Board has broad authority to act. Some of those powers are as follows: in consultation with and being advised by the Health Department of Human Services, shall have the power to contract, repair, operate, maintain, and regulate community mental health facilities, to provide mental health services as defined by the local mental health board, including services for persons of a developmental disability or substance use disorder, for residents thereof, and or to contract with any private or public entity which provides those services. It goes on in more depth. I won't read that aspect of it, but how is a mental board selected? Board members are appointed by the chairperson. In our case, it would be the county executive, and it would be confirmed by our board, who is the head of the governing body. To be a member of the board, you must be a resident of the area covered. Board members are to be representative of interest groups of the community, such as local health planning agencies, hospital boards, lay associations concerned with mental health, developmental disabilities, and substance abuse, as well as the general public. However, no member can be an employee or any other individual receiving compensations from any facility or service operating under contract of the board. As outlined in the statute, 708 board members have significant responsibilities and latitude. By statute 405 ILCS 20-3A, boards consist of 7 members with the options of appointing 2 additional members. If a successful referendum is held, all members shall be appointed within 60 days of the referendum. It says, how is it determined what to fund? So I don't know if you want me to read that, if you asked about that, but there is a part in here about the cost to the taxpayers. So, how is a community mental health board funded? Once a referendum has been approved by the voters of the governing body, a levy for the community health board is included in the property tax assessment. The maximum amount of money the board can levy per the statute is 0.15%. Typically, this levy is the primary funding mechanism. However, in addition to the levy, several other options are available for funding. They include gifts and grants from private sources and other federal, state, and local funds consistent with the board's mission. In addition to, the board may organize a not-for-profit corporation for the purpose of raising money to be distributed by the board for providing services. So what would it cost to the taxpayers? The maximum amount that could be levied is 0.15% of the assessed value of your property. Assessed values are generally 1/3 the amount of the fair market value of your home. You can find the net taxable value of your home on your tax bill. And then it has a breakdown here that you can see. So this first example they have, it would be $21 of additional tax services for a, $1 million home. All right, and you heard the man today who said he had $16 a year. If we were to levy the entire max, which the referendum says that because that's what the state statute provides, that does not mean that's what this board would then decide as a levy. But the max would be $90 for $100,000 assessed. So it would be a $300,000 house at the maximum. So, I mean, there's a lot of information in here. 2 other things I will point out is, So talking about that max, under the Illinois law, the maximum property tax rate increase for the board is 0.15% of the property's current assessed value. The actual rate may be significantly less based on the community needs, but never more than 0.15%. The Bloomingdale Township Board assessed 0.0214% in 2019, or $21 on a $300,000 home.
Well, I just got a motion to call the question, but.
Okay,
to be
the
right,
last
but
point-
she's answering, in fairness, she's answering a board, you know, so are you, as long as, okay, I believe she was trying to answer the questions that were well, so you want that,
The last thing I just want to point is there was also something put in there that talked about the savings of our county. And so what this is for every dollar invested in scaled up treatment for depression and anxiety leads to a $4 return in better health and ability to work, which means our businesses would also be prospering under this. It goes, I mean, there's several examples on here. Every $4 in healthcare costs and $7 in law enforcement and other criminal justice costs are saved. So I really would have hoped that you guys would have read the stuff in the packet and gone through this. This is bipartisan support. There were Republicans who came and presented this at our board.
Hold on, she was speaking, no, she was already speaking. We had someone yell out something, so.
So my concern is that this postponement, as heard by the members today, is not to postpone to understand this better and vote for this for their constituents. It's to kill it. This is a dirty tactic, and it's not appropriate.
Come on, just stick to the phone, all right. So okay, we're gonna get ourselves back in order here. So we have a call to question, but we already had someone who had pressed their button. So Joe, you will be our last speaker on this, and then we're gonna call the question. Once someone presses their button, that's how you do it here, folks. So he already had his button pressed. So I'm not. County Board Member Van Dyne.
Thank you, Madam Executive. My intentions were, since I did not speak on this matter, that I was waiting in line for my turn. I would like to call the question. Thank you.
All right, so now remember, we are voting on to postpone this resolution. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. No. Frizzalone. Yes. Newquist. No. Ogella. Yes. Cook. No. Mustis. Yes. Mitchell. Yes. Tyson. No. Gazanfer. No. Trainier. Fritz. Yes. Gould. Yes. Van Dyne. No. Balich. Yes. Brooks. No. Parker. Yes. Ventura. No. Coleman. No. Markham. No. Berkowitz. Yes. Pretzel. Yes. Weigel. Yes. Freeman. No. Cowan.
11 affirmative, 13 negative.
The motion fails. So at this time, we'll go back to the original, which is certifying the question of the levy of a tax for Community Mental Health Board. Well, we already had, yeah. Okay, so folks, this is, I mean, I get it that we want to just move this along, but as long as we're not repeating what we've already said, I'll be happy to go through. I want people to be able to talk, because this is obviously something that's important. But let's not repeat everything that was just, said. So I have Mustis, Ogalla, Trainier, and Balich who want to speak. Who've already pressed the button. We'll call it after that. But we do have a motion, and we had a second already to certify the question of the levying of a tax for our Community Mental Health Board. We'll start discussion. We're keeping it at 3 minutes, too. County Board Member Mustis.
Yeah, I want to say that I did see the numbers. I don't know if it's actually in resolution form, the way it should be, but let's say it is. Because I'd like to see it all in one resolution. I don't know if that's what I'm seeing here. But I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion to that the amount of the levy does not exceed 0.05.
All right, so We now have a motion to amend the levy not to exceed by .05 by Mooses, seconded by O'Gala.
It's, the statute allows you to levy up to that amount. You can levy a lesser amount. Well, you would just change it from the .15 to .05 is what you would be changing it. If
Yeah,
I
let's not
understand
tax to the
Mr.
max.
Musis's motion.
That he said not to exceed point.
Not to exceed
.05.
.05. And the only thing I'll say is if the numbers you're providing are correct, and it's $150, and I actually think it's more than that, but if it's $150 on a $300,000 house, this would bring it down to basically $50, which I think is probably still a pretty good amount. It'll be in the millions of dollars, for sure. So I think that would be more appropriate. We do not need to tax to the max all the time. And I think it's a good way of getting started if if the voters want to bring this forward. So
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We're going to have discussion just on the .05. If you go off, I'm just going to turn you off. This is just on the .05 now.
on the amendment.
The
yes.
amendment of point. So I'm going to start with who, Jackie, do you have something on the .05 first? Okay.
If that's what the resolution says and that's what the voters pass, I assume then it would take another resolution to move it up to the full amount that currently the state has written into
Go
the
to the
process. We'd have to do a whole other referendum, not resolution,
Yes.
sorry, referendum. So if we started to run out of funding, is what I'm saying.
Oh, funds. Yeah, Jesus.
She's, why don't you say it again? We're playing with you.
Sorry.
You're hitting and I'm
You,
hitting.
yeah, you would have to pass another referendum to increase it. Yes, yes, correct.
Mr. Ballage, anything on the .05?
Am I on? Yeah,
You're on.
all right. No, I'm, .05 to me is no good either. Hopelessness is probably one of the biggest causes of suicide. And money is one of the biggest causes of hopelessness. So when we're talking about mental health, even a tax of $10 right now for a lot of people is devastating. So, you know what, I would be voting for the .05 because it looks like the other garbage is going to pass and this is better than that. But I don't understand why we're doing it at all. We're contributing, in other words, we create a crisis by something and then we're going to vote to do something to fix the crisis we created. It doesn't make sense. I mean, think about that, guys. Think about the people in your district that can't afford .05. How about the people in your district that don't even want to spend an extra dollar for something because they're stretched so bad with money now? So the other side of the aisle, which I'm not trying to be political about it, but one side of the aisle says we don't really care. We don't care about hopelessness of people because we think everybody's got a lot of money. That's what you guys are saying. And I'm sorry, but I can't, I have to vote with Jim on it, but I sure in the hell don't like it. I think it's wrong. I think the whole thing is wrong.
Speaker comment on the .05? Yes, okay.
Thank you. Mary, I wanted to ask clarification on the process of the whole thing. So if we passed the referendum with .15, would we then have to, if, let's say the referendum passed through the voters, and the voters said, yes, we approve up to .15, would we then at county board have to come back and decide what level under up to and including, but under .15 to
Right.
tax at?
It would authorize you to levy up to 0.15%, so you could levy something less than that.
So we could decide, and then to Jackie's question, then if, like, let's say then we decided to, at that point, levy 0.015. In a year from that, could we then say, oh, this is working really well, we'd like to levy more, or we'd like to levy less? Or would that have to go back to a full referendum again? Or
Well, what I apologize, I'm not sure of the answer, because under truth and taxation, once you set a levy, you are limited as to how much you can increase it. I am not sure if this particular legislation is subject to truth and taxation. The legislature has passed some that have taken certain levies outside the truth and taxation. But typically, it would be. Most levies are under the truth and taxation. I am not sure what the numbers would be. So you might be able to raise it some, but you'd be limited as to how much you can raise it.
okay, so if we, again, if we put a referendum on the ballot for 0.15%, we're not necessarily, if that passes, we're not necessarily doing 0.15%. We would be coming back to the board to decide what level under that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
County Board Member Weigel on the .05.
My insurance company says my house is worth $400,000. At 15%, it would cost me $200 a year in increased taxes. At 5%, it would cost me $66 a year. I think that's much more reasonable. Thank you.
County Board Member Ventura on the .05. Are you?
My question is actually to Mary as well. I don't necessarily have a problem with setting it at the 0.05. My question is more about the legality of it all. My understanding was that the reason that we had to choose this wording of not to exceed 0.15% is because that's what the state is telling us we have to have the wording at. So is there a way to add to that? One, are you sure we can change it to just 0.05? And two, or should we add to it under the referendum language that says to be set at 0.05 for Will, or not to exceed 0.015 for the county? Because my understanding is we set that amount after the referendum passed. If it passes, we don't even know that the referendum would pass.
So you can change the number.
Okay.
Is that the question? You
Yeah,
can decide right now to change the number, and then when the voters pass it, then you are limited to that amount.
Okay.
Versus if the voters were to pass the 0.15%, then there's more latitude for the county board to decide, to go over the 0.05%.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't somehow mess up the referendum by lowering that. So I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I think that we need a dedicated funding source, and if future boards want to increase it, they can do their referendum then. So it's up to the board if, you guys all, if you want 0.05 or 0.15. The reason I put 0.15 there is because it was my understanding that based on the state statute, that's what had to be put in there.
County Board Member Fritz on the .05.
Yes, this is going to throw a total monkey wrench into it if I'm correct. I believe that once this board is created, I think we're going to lose all of our authority to pick a number. I think it would be the new board that would determine the exact levy because we're creating a new taxing body. So at that, every taxing body sets its own levy, to my knowledge and understanding. So I'm also looking for legal clarification on that question.
Mary, can you hear?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, so maybe she's asking if this becomes this group of mental health become their own taxing body. Will they become their own taxing body?
The county board would still pass the levy, but they would have control over the funds that come in.
Like our highway levy now.
It's more like the Board of Health, I think, yeah.
County Board Member O'Gala.
So I think it's so obvious by the questions that are coming out here. The reason why this should have been postponed. These questions should be clear in our minds. Go ahead, roll your eyes all you like. These questions should be clear in your mind, in all of our minds, as to the cost of putting it on the ballot as a referendum. There's a cost to that. There's a cost to all these things. We should have had all these questions done before today. Before you're asking us to vote on it, We asked about this to postpone, or now Jim is asking to lower the amount, because we didn't have the opportunity in a full committee of all of us to ask these questions. And that is unfair. That is an unfair thing to ask and bring it forward in the manner in which it's done today.
Right. So there's no more comments. So at this time, we have a motion and a second to limit the levy to .05. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizzalone. Yes. Newquist. Yes. Ogala. Yes. Cook. Yes. Moostis. Yes. Mitchell. Yes. Tyson. Yes. Gazanfer. Yes. Trainier. Yes. Fritz. No. Gould. No. Van Dyne. Yes. Balich. No. Brooks.
You're voting to, if the question goes on the referendum, to limit it to .05. Where are you at?
I can change. Board Member Mitchell, you wanted,
Okay, so, okay, again, we are voting on, if this goes to referendum, the amount that'll be put on the ballot is, we'll levy at .05, so the county board cannot exceed .05. You're voting right now on this. If this passes, then we will vote on the original resolution as amended with the .05, yeah. Would you like to start over? We're going to just start over then,
Okay.
so everyone's clear that anymore, yeah, okay.
okay. Mueller. Frizzalone. Newquist. Ogala. Cook. Moostis. Mitchell. Tyson. Gazanfer. Trainier. Trainier. Well, Fritz. Fritz. Sorry. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks. Parker. Ventura. Coleman. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Cowan.
20 affirmative, 4 negative.
So 20 affirmative, the motion carries. So I now need a motion to approve the authorization. Okay, as amended, to place so we are making a motion to certify the question of levying of a tax for Community Mental Health Board as amended. So I have a motion by Ventura, seconded by County Board Member Brooks. Is there any discussion on the resolution as amended? County Board Member Ogala.
Thank you. As I tried to do this earlier, but it was the wrong timing. I chaired the Public Health and Safety Committee for 4 years. Prior to that, I was on it for 2 years. It's a total of 6 years of my time served on the county board. During that time, I had the executive director of the health department come forward and bring up all the different things that the health department does provide. It is possible that many people don't understand all the things the health department provides. So I would like 2 things to happen. One, I would like to ask Sue Olenek to come forward and add some additional things which she didn't get to put out the first time because she was limited to 3 minutes, slightly over 3 minutes. And then I have a couple questions I would also like to ask.
Okay, we'll allow you to ask her questions for clarifications if you need. So, I mean, we will, so if you have specific questions for her regarding this, that would be helpful.
Yes,
Yes,
I
okay,
do.
so come on up. Yeah, that's what I mean. Come on up. So you can ask the questions that you need for clarification to help you with this vote.
Thank you.
I just want.
So Sue, while I understand that the health department provides these mental health services, I know there were a couple things that weren't explained or you didn't have the opportunity to speak about. Could you please bring those forward now? Thank you.
So I want to be clear, you know, I've talked about wearing my public health hat here all the time, and I have my public health hat on. And I am not opposed at all to additional services coming into the county. No doubt we need them. But I am concerned about funding being taken away from the health department. We strive very hard to provide good services, great services. We have a large gamut of services. There are very, very few local health departments in Illinois, across the nation, that actually provide behavioral health and mental health services. And then for those to provide the amount and the number of services that we provide, it's unusual. We have many people that come working at the health department and say, you provide behavioral health services? Yes, we do. So we need more services in the community, but I worry about a duplication of services that would affect our funding, that would affect our billing. There was a point in time where we would receive what was called capacity grants. Mr. Moose just brought up the whole grant situation after I spoke. We don't receive capacity grants anymore. That means that the state or DMH, somebody would throw money at us. They'd throw us $600,000 and they'd say, do this program. And we would do it to the best of our ability and spend that money the way we could to provide those services. That's no longer. There aren't capacity grants anymore. Our grants are fee-for-service grants. In other words, even with grants, we have to there are certain deliverables. There are specific things we have to do. We have to bill our services against the grant. We have to also bill our services against Medicaid or Medicare or private insurance. So there is no more just throwing money at us and just see what you can do with it. That's not the way it is anymore. So if we have another entity within the county that's providing a service that we provide, that we bill for, and they're competing with our services, that will affect our revenue. So that was just the other thing I wanted to say since that was brought up. And I would encourage, you know, you all and constituents to find out more about the mental health and behavioral health services that are provided in this county. Speaker Cowan mentioned that this came from a constituent. I don't even know if the constituent knew that the health department provided mental health services. So I would recommend that everybody educate themselves on who does what and how many services are out there and where they are. And the health department is not the only one who provides behavioral and mental health services. There are a lot of other agencies out there. So a little bit of education is always a good thing. Thank you.
County Board Member O'Gala, did you get your questions answered then?
I did, thank you,
All
Sue.
right.
So there is an impact there.
All right.
One of the other things I wanted to ask, and I think we need to have this answer, it's not unfair to know this answer, what is the cost to put the referendum on the ballot? What is the cost to put it on the ballot?
So the cost for my office is just to publish it in the newspaper, which can range from, like for this election and the refs that were on this election, it's like $40 to around $200. But for anybody that wants to put that kind of question on the ballot, they would need to, I would assume, advise their attorney or whatever those costs would be. We don't, the clerk's office doesn't give legal advice, so it would be on whoever wants to put those questions on the ballot to,
So
so
then
attorneys.
so
you
that
know,
means, so then, Mary, can you answer the question? What is the cost for the county to put it on the ballot, this referendum?
Well, you're not allowed to either promote or work against it using county funds, so that would be zero. I mean, the cost would be whatever the county clerk has, which she has said publication. I don't know if there's any additional cost for programming, the counting of the ballots or anything. They'd have to program in one more question, but whether that's a set fee or what, I certainly can't comment. That would come from the county clerk. I don't know of any other costs. But facts, that the county would want to get facts out there, you can, without either promoting or working against it, you can issue facts about the impact of the referendum.
Which I would assume we would want to do, because it would be fair to let people know why the question's on the ballot and do things like that. Again, I just want to say the fact that I think it is inappropriate that we did not have this conversation anywhere prior to today, except for at a specific committee that everyone does not attend. This is a referendum that we all should be discussing in a full meeting with all our questions answered prior to coming to county board. We should know coming into county board meeting whether we're going to support something or not support something, and all our questions should be answered. This was done in a very political fashion to get something out there, get it done and passed right away without answering the questions. And you don't know, we may have not been worried about it, but we didn't have these questions answered to us. This wasn't discussed even at leadership. If somebody doesn't think that that's wrong, I think it is wrong. I think it's wrong. It's a disservice.
County Board Member Pretzel?
You know, if my house needs a new roof and I don't have enough money in the bank, I have to make some cuts. I don't go to my neighbors and say, give me some more money so I can fix my roof. And I hear things like it's only $200 a year, a month, $10 for the gas tax, $300 for this tax. I mean, it's only, that's I keep hearing that, and to me it's like saying it's a small fire in my kitchen or a little water in my basement. There's a bigger problem here, and the problem is we're not living within our means. I'm not opposed to doing more for mental health. I think everybody in my caucus would agree we could do more. But we have to live within our means. We can't keep going back to the taxpayers every time we want something and ask them to foot the bill. Thank you.
County Board Member Mitchell.
This is actually kind of near and dear to my heart. I do care about young people who are wanting to commit suicide, and I do care about mental health and drug addiction. I care about those things. And Board Member Ventura said that, I wanted it. Yes, I do. However, and that the waters were muddied. And yeah, they're muddied because it seems like if we don't vote yes for this, then we obviously don't want people to have good mental health, and that we don't want to prevent suicides and that kind of thing. That is far from the truth. We actually do. However, we would like to give funds to those things that are already in place and not levy a whole new tax for it. That's what we want. Let's not levy a whole new tax. It's bad enough if we raise the tax. Now we're adding a tax. This is like a slap in the face to the taxpayers. I spent $99 trying to fill up a Honda. $99. We're going to our taxpayers today or tomorrow or in November, because we know that the gases are going to go down by November. We're going to go to our taxpayers in November and say, would you like to increase your taxes on top of what you already, on top of a price of a dozen eggs, or on top of a price of a whole chicken? A whole chicken is like $13. And it's like you don't care. It's like you're deaf. You're not hearing what we're trying to put out here. We want to help these people. We want to give them funds. We just don't want to have a whole new tax for it. And I just don't understand why my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't even want to hear it. They don't even want to listen to it. They don't even feel that. You don't feel that? You said you live in a community with $100,000 homes that are not doing well, or they're not financially, well off or whatever. You live in that kind of community and that's what you want to do? Do you think that somebody who has to pay $2 or $3 a dozen for eggs want to spend an extra any money? The property taxes went up. That's a doggone. Property taxes went up. That's a doggone shame, especially for people who are on a fixed income. We're talking. I have the ability. I'm young enough. I have the ability to go out and get a second, third, fourth job, whatever. But what about the 80-year-olds who can't do that? You think they can afford another $10? No, nothing in your heart. Nothing in your heart says, okay, this is okay. This is not okay. Nothing.
County Board Member Mitchell, let's address the question, not the people.
I'm done.
All right, thank you. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more speakers. Remember, this is regarding, you've said it already, I'm sure you don't have to say it again, but I will, if you have to answer questions, that's fine, or some clarifications. I know people are getting antsy walking in and out, but we're going to come to a vote soon. So, County Board Member Ventura.
I'll keep this brief. I just want to clarify for the record some questions with Sue. First, I think that we can all agree that the value in the services of the health department are invaluable, and I would hope that there would be dedication from every member in this board to fund your services. So I'm a little concerned with the comments I'm hearing too, and I can understand your concerns. In committee, we discussed some of that, but we also discussed that the state statute limits the ability of duplicate services. Did we discuss that in committee, that that's not available, that they can't come and take duplicate services from what you provide already?
That was discussed, but, I don't know if it's ever enforced. I honestly, I don't. I don't.
Okay. And in committee, we also talked about the gaps in services that exist already. Can you tell us what you told us in committee?
Yes, there are some gaps in services. One is the living room setup, where you have a kind of an area, you've got a building, you've got a site where individuals who need to talk to somebody, maybe they're, I don't know, not necessarily all the way in crisis, but they are feeling like they need to speak to somebody, they would go there, they would be assessed, then they would speak with a clinician, kind of de-escalate their situation. They'd be assessed before they leave, and then they would leave. And that might prevent somebody going out and, doing drugs or going out and causing harm to somebody else. So that is something that we don't have in Will County. The other thing is we do need more residential hospital beds. That is true. When the state closed the Tinley Park Mental Health Hospital, left a huge hole. We still see the effects of that hole. Another thing that, from my understanding, that 708 boards can do is bring in services for those with developmental disabilities. The health department does not have any specific programs for developmental disabilities, although those services are in the county, like, Easter Seals, and I'm sure there's others. I don't recall if there was anything else, but that I recall saying those things.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the last question I have is, in committee, we also discussed this, but you are aware that the health department can also receive the funds from this levy. Is that correct?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, so for those reasons that Sue just mentioned, I encourage every board member to vote yes on this. Again, it gives the option to the voters. If they want this, they can vote yes on the referendum. If they don't, they can vote no. This is only saying that the county values mental health, and we're giving the option to the voters. Thank you, Sue.
County Board Member Parker.
Thank you. I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask this anyway. Listening to Sue's comments, if this referendum goes on the ballot and it passes, does it have to go to a 708 board? It just can't go to, it has to go. I figured, okay.
You have to create a board within 60 days, and the money has to go to the 708 board.
Okay, thank you.
County Board Member Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I asked specific questions, and one of the biggest concerns I have is that we are literally taking another county's plan and their numbers and their figures and their rhetoric, and we're pushing this forward. There's no plan or no thoughtful conversation regarding Will County. Will County is not DuPage County. We have unique characteristics. We have unique challenges. We have similar challenges, but I don't see a Will County plan here. I see a compressed League of Women Voters, Downers Grove, Lyle Woodridge, 708 study report. Now, to me, that's a bit lazy. And after listening to the director of our Will County Health Department, which, having had a family experience this year, I appreciate their professionalism, their service all around. I don't feel that we're listening or weighing the impact of the advice she's given us. I'm concerned about that. I want to be able to have the time to listen to her concerns and her recommendations. The last thing I'm going to say is that, like the motor fuel tax and the legalization of cannabis, we went out and we provided town halls to our residents. And I'm sure there was a cost to that because we had to have staff and if the facility had to be rented. But that's a part of the process. If this passes today, then I'm going to request that we have again for this particular item, because we need to get this out to the public. We can't just have them walk into the booth on election day and say, what is this? So thank you very much.
Thank you. County Board Member Mustis.
You know, budgeting and taxation is all about priorities. And obviously you're saying, well, we think this is a priority and the public will see it that way and they will vote additional tax in. You know, Sue mentioned earlier about we increased her levy. And I supported that, and actually I think that I kind of spearheaded that levy at the time because I seen the real need. But you know what that means is readjusting the priorities of the county. Because we increase the health department levy, of course that affects the other levies because we're still capped for the total. But it certainly demonstrates priorities. And this board has the ability to do that. We're entering the budget processing period. Along with that goes the levy. If we feel it's that important, and I think it is that important, then change the levy to the health department and let them provide the services. You don't need to raise more taxes. You just need to reprioritize what we already have. And by the way, I think that revenue increases are going to be fairly substantial. And I might also add, as Mike mentioned, we have all this ARPA money, and certainly, even though it's a temporary, we can certainly, here again, make the health department and how they provide services in the mental health area. We don't need to redo the wheel, folks. Let's set the priorities, what we have. And I personally am going to vote no, but I don't think we need additional resources. We have them. You just need to set the priorities for the county. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. County Board Member Mustis. Oh, I'm sorry, Trenier. Sorry, I know, no, you, I like to hear your voice. Soothing.
We have the ARPA funds, you're right. We've been sitting on them for a year and a half. They haven't gotten out to the community, and we see more and more deaths each and every week. By the time we get this money out there, there'll be even more deaths. And, you know, mental health is not something you fix like paving a road. It takes a long time, just like the intersection of Weber and 55. 14 years I've been on this board, and it's not done yet. If, in fact, November comes and they pass this, it's going to take a long time to get this board put together. It's going to take some time for them to make some decisions. Then we're going to have to wait for the next levy because, well, clearly we will have missed that levy. We're talking about money that isn't even coming for several years, if at all. Maybe, you know, in your world, maybe by then, because of the ARPA funds, we won't need it. And then they won't need a levy. We won't need a levy. But we're not even giving ourselves that opportunity, and we're trying to shut down the voice of the very people that we claim to represent. Thank you.
So thank you. We have a, oh, we almost were there, Judy. Go ahead.
Sorry.
2 minutes.
So I always do want to represent the voice of the people. In the past, we have seen things such as the gas tax come forward. I attended many of the gas tax forums that were around the county, and the people loudly said, no, don't do it. We taxed them. The cannabis tax. I was opposed to legalization of cannabis because of personal experiences within my life. But then we wanted to provide a safe source for people who do choose to use cannabis. What do? We're going to tax them. That makes it more expensive. So they have gone and still buy cannabis off the street rather than going somewhere and paying more than they were currently paying. Those things happen. In addition to that, we discussed redistricting, where many people came forward.
Judy, you
and
have to
had
stay
their-
on the topic,
Oh,
please.
this is
gonna-
about not listening to the people.
Okay, but
This
we're
is
voting
about
on.
listening to
Judy,
the
please,
people
we,
and
okay,
hearing
we
what the
need to
people have
vote,
to say.
address the
I know we
topic.
have,
Just the board, or
Ma'am.
we're going to, yeah.
I know we do have to. So here's yet another question. This board, this mental health board, is this a paid board or is it not paid? So again, though, another question that could have been answered before today. Stop telling me to read my packet. Stop telling me that.
It's okay when she does it.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to insinuate that the members of our caucus haven't read our packet because we have questions. We have questions that need to be out there. The public has the right to hear our questions. The media has the right to report on these questions. And we have the right to have it recorded in a meeting somewhere so people understand what we're talking about. All we're asking for is fairness here. This is an unfair process that is being pushed through by the majority caucus. This is something that has continued since you guys got majority. And we hadn't done that on our side prior. You weren't here. You don't know it. Please stop telling me and telling us what we have done or what we should do. We're all adults. We know what to do to be a board member, a good board member. And I forgot the answer to that question. So please, is this a paid board? Thank you.
It is not. All right. So we are, right now, we have a motion and a second to certify the question of levying a tax for community mental health as amended with a .05 limit. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizzalone. No. Newquist. Yes. Ogalla. No. Cook. Yes. Mustis. No. Mitchell. No. Tyson. Yes. Gazanfer. Yes. Trainier. Yes. Fritz. No. Gould. No. Van Dyne. Yes. Balich. No. Brooks. Yes. Parker. No. Ventura. Yes. Coleman. Yes. Markham. Yes. Berkowitz. No. Pretzel. No. Weigel. No. Freeman? Cowan?
With 13 members voting in favor, the motion carries. Nope. You're going on to your next issue. Okay, there we go.
Sorry, I also have 22-163, authorizes the county executive to execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Township of Joliet to provide animal control services for the county, and I so move.
Motion by Ventura, seconded by Mueller. Madam Clerk, please call, any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller? Yes. Frizalone? Yes. Newquist? Yes. Ogalla? Cook? Yes. Mustis? Yes. Mitchell? Yes. Tyson? Yes. Gazanfer? Yes. Trainier? Yes. Fritz? Yes. Gould? Yes. Van Dyne?
Yes.
Balich?
Yes.
Brooks?
Yes.
Parker? Yes. Ventura?
Yes.
Coleman? Yes. Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz? Yes. Pretzel?
Yes.
Weigel?
Yes.
Freeman?
Yes.
Cowan?
23 affirmative.
23 affirmative, the motion carries.
Our next Public Health and Safety Committee meeting is scheduled for July 5th, 2022 at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Gotcha. Moving on to legislative and judicial, Chair Winfrey, Vice Chair Coleman.
We didn't have a meeting this month, but the next meeting is scheduled for July 12th, 2022 at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Brooks, capital improvement.
Madam Executive, I have no resolution bringing forth. Our next meeting is scheduled July the 5th. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Frislow, you have a-
Yeah, under the item, it says update on capital improvement projects. I just wanted to find out for everybody here, where are we at on the bid for the asbestos abatement? Is it out? When is it coming back? Do we get it? Where are we at? Is it the last meeting we were told it was going out? Right.
If I remember correctly, during the capital improvements meeting, I think the date was the 17th for the bid packages to come back to us. They have not been put on the street yet.
What date?
The 17th, so tomorrow. The bid packages are coming back tomorrow, but we haven't put them on the street yet. So they had to put them together. That's what.
What do they have to do? Run them to the copier? It's been 2 weeks. I don't understand what the delay is. We've gotten bid packages out in no time. If we don't even put them out, that means the 17th, then we're looking at July 17th. Now we're into the August board meeting, maybe getting back, review them and the consents. We've got to speed this up somehow.
And Mitch, can you bring us an update for our next capital improvement along with our updates for the 5th? What's been going on? Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Executive.
Speaker Cowan, Executive.
Thank you very much. So we're going to start with 22-133, authorizing the O&M agreement with SCS Energy. I'd like to make a motion to remove this from the table.
Motion Mueller.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Any discussion?
It was on the table. I'm removing it from the table.
Remove.
Yeah. Sorry.
Discussion, previous roll call? I'm sorry. Judy, can we add you to the previous, okay. Previous roll call by Trainier, seconded by Brooks. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. 22-133, authorizing the O&M agreement with SCS Energy to be the operator of the Will County Renewable Natural Gas Plant at Prairie View Landfill. And I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Frizalone. Do you have a discussion item, Mr.?
I wanted to ask a little bit, since we just got this yesterday with the final numbers in there, and since we weren't involved in the negotiations on this, on the numbers for the budget, I'm looking at the budget right now. And what's kind of concerning me is, I understand their labor quote, $1,083,000 for running the place, I get that. When it comes to the second part where they're subcontractors, and I see they have a 10% markup, I get that. That's pretty normal in the industry. But number two, they have a 5% contingency on top of the numbers. So they're giving us a budget. Are they saying this is a hard and fast budget? They're not going to go below these numbers? So they have to put a contingency on top of it? Wouldn't the contingency kind of been in the numbers for the first year? I mean, belts, gauges, and fittings, okay. Miscellaneous supplies, $50,000, but then we're going to put a 5% contingency on that. It seems like they've got their butt covered every way to Sunday on this. I mean, it just seems like there's little ups and extras in this. And have they said anything about how realistic they think these numbers are?
County Board Member Frizzlone, I've got Jay Montgomery, who's the attorney, was sort of the point for our negotiations on the O&M agreement. So, Jane, did you get the question from County Board Member Frizzlone?
Yes, I did. The contingency would not be spent if there was no need for it. So because of there are a lot of pricing variations at the moment that have caused a lot of difficulty in getting firm pricing on some of these items. There's a lot of competition from the energy, particularly from the oil and gas industry for these exact same products. And a lot of them are coming from overseas. So there are supply chain difficulties. So the prices are as firm as SCS can make them. The contingency, we will be reimbursing SCS for direct costs with a 10% markup, whatever those are.
Right.
So the contingency is just so that if they do end up costing more, you're aware that they are potentially going to cost more than is listed in the budget.
I understand the contingency. I'm just, how comfortable are they with the numbers they're giving us? Are they, raising the numbers they're giving us in the budget and then putting the contingency on top of that? I mean, when you have $20,000 for travel costs, who the heck's traveling? Where are they going? Back and forth to the bathroom? Or, I mean, I don't understand, some of the things like that. It's like they're adding extra numbers just in case.
The company is based they have headquarters in Virginia and they have people out in California. So there are some people who may end up traveling in terms of the design if any issues come up. So again, all of the costs in the reimbursables are if spent. They are not commitments to spend those dollars. It's if those dollars are spent.
But this number isn't a not to exceed number, is it?
No, it is not a not to exceed.
So even though they have the contingency on there, if all of a sudden they say, oh, we're 100,000 more over, they can hit us for another 100,000.
We have to operate the plant with the equipment that is needed. And if they have to provide, SCS has to provide an invoice for every expenditure.
Okay. Thank you.
County Board Member Mustis.
I guess my question is basically identifying funding for this contract and operating. Now, I understand that eventually it comes from the operational revenue. I don't know how long it's going to take us to actually recognize or see revenue. So in the interim, how's the operational cost going to be paid? Because it can't be paid, I don't believe they can be paid out of bond funds. So have we identified the funding?
Yeah, County Board Member Moose, that's a great question. We've been in conversation with leadership about this, and it's what we're looking at is trying to essentially identify funds to float this for about 6 months operationally, with the assumption that after about 6 months of operations, we should have revenue coming in. Obviously it's a projection, but that's sort of what we're in conversations right now to try to identify available existing funds and an estimation of what that amount may be.
Then I assume you'll bring that back to the Finance Committee for review?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep. And just to clarify, having this set helps that conversation.
All right, so we have a motion and a second, no more discussion. Madam Clerk, please, or do we want previous roll call by Cowan, seconded by Newquist. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing for amending the Code of Ordinances.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ventura. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller,
Yes.
Frizalone, Newquist, Ogala, Cook, Mustis, Mitchell, Tyson, Gazanfer, Trainier, Fritz, Gould, Van Dyne, Balich, Brooks, Parker, Ventura, Coleman, Markham, Berkowitz, Pretzel, Weigel, Freeman, Cowan.
Yes.
We are now in public hearing. Do we have any comments from the public for this public hearing? See, thank you.
Second.
Motion by Mustis to close public hearing, seconded by Trenier. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller,
Yes.
Frizalone, Newquist, Ogala, Cook, Mustis, Mitchell, Tyson, Gazanfer, Trainier, Fritz, Gould, Van Dyne, Balich, Brooks, Parker, Ventura, Coleman, Markham, Berkowitz, Pretzel, Weigel, Freeman, Cowan, Yes. Brooks,
24 affirmative.
Public hearing is now closed. Speaker Cowan.
Thank you. 22-164, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 116, raffle and poker run regulations regarding waiver request, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ventura. Previous roll call by Mustis, seconded by Cook. Would you like to be added, Mr. Brooks? Yes. Oh, did you know? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-165, renewing the contract with Dr. Ann Schneider, and I so move.
Second, Mueller.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Coleman, seconded by Trenier. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-166, renewing participation in the State of Illinois Federal Excess Property Program, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Newquist. Previous roll call by Fritz, second by Berkowitz. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
22-167, authorizing an IGA with Wheatland Township Road District for access to the countywide radio system, and I so move.
Second, Mueller.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Mustis, seconded by Freeman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-168, authorizing an IGA with the Village of Orland Hills for access to the countywide radio system, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by Newquist. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, sorry. Yes, sir.
I'm just wondering, you know, Orland Hills is not a Will County community. And I'm wondering, you know, when it comes to how they, you know, are they paid the same access fees, radio fees? Because, you know, the system is basically subsidized by Will County taxpayers. I'm just wondering how, if they're getting, you know, they're getting advantage of the Will County investment, which was millions and millions of dollars in the radio system, and they pay the same. So I'm just curious how the compensation works, or the payment works.
So to answer your question, no, they're not being charged any extra for this service, but because they do respond into Will County and Will County does respond into parts of Orland Hill, it's a mutual agreement between all the responding organizations.
I don't want to be argumentative,
Right.
but all policing agencies
Right.
have these agreements. The
So
fact that Orland Hills, which is not on the Will County line, would respond for Will County, I find that a stretch. And I do have a problem, Will County taxpayers subsidizing Cook County communities. So I think I'm gonna, I know we kind of rushed through, but I wanted to ask, because I'm gonna be a no on this for that reason. And I understand the cooperation, but I do think we need to sit down and because there's capacity to this radio system. And if we are allowing communities outside of Will County, and I know this new system gave us much more capacity, but what if we get to capacity? What are you going to do? Tell Will County communities they can't join? So I'm expressing some concern here. And that system was paid for, and it was, I don't know, $20-30 million by Will County taxpayers. So I'm just going to throw that out there. I don't want to be, act like I don't want cooperation between agencies, but I have concern. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
For your answer. Thank you, Madam.
I was seeing where we're at in the roll call. So we have a first and second. We have 3 more comments now, and then we will take a roll call. County Board Member Berkowitz.
Yes, thank you. So I'm just wondering, what is the frequency that Orland Hills responds in Will County? If they do. It was mentioned that they do, so.
Do you have, Allison, you want to come back
Yeah.
after? Do you have that answer?
And then I'm also wondering, just so I understand this a little bit more, so they want access to our system, so I'm assuming Cook County has their own system. So they need access to both.
So just a point of clarification, this is just access to the radio channels that we can share and be interoperable for communications rather than being on the network. It is just sharing. So if there is a bad day in Will County and major assets are being brought in from outside of Will County, everyone can be talking and communicating on the same channels. That's really what the root of this is all about, rather than they are part of our network. They're on it on a daily basis. This is just sharing that information for those one-off situations that we hope to never get ourselves into here. Does that clarify anything?
So,
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So specifically, they're only working on our system when you reach out to them?
When there's a bad day in Will County and either the sheriff's office or other police agencies, law enforcement agencies are needing mutual aid to come in from outside of Will County, that's when we can switch to these frequencies that would be interoperable channels.
Okay. And I'm just curious, do we also have an intergovernment agreement with their radio system?
I believe that's exactly what this is tying us into.
So it'll be both
Yep.
ways?
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you.
County Board Member Frizzalone, stay put it.
IGA for somebody outside of Will County to use our system, we're also linking up with their system.
Right.
Okay.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Would you like a roll call vote? Okay. Previous roll by Moostis, seconded by Parker. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Sorry.
Thanks.
22-169, authorizing an IGA with Frankfurt Township for electronics recycling, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Cook.
Previous roll Mueller?
Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Trenier. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-170, authorizing a change order from SCS Energy for vendor-specific sole-sourced spare parts for the RNG, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Frizzalone. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Freeman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-171, authorizing an amended contract with Midwestern Gas Transmission for the interconnection of the RNG pipeline from the Prairie View landfill, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mitchell.
Previous roll Mueller?
Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Ventura. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-172, authorizing a change order from Midwestern Gas Transmission Company for the changes in the scope of work for the interconnection of the RNG pipeline from Prairie View landfill, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mitchell. Previous roll call by Frizzalone, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-173, authorizing assignment of county easement rights to Natural Gas Utility Company to allow for construction of natural gas supply pipeline to support operations of RNG plant, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Mitchell. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-174, proposing a substantial amendment to the Will County Consolidated Plan 2020 to 2024, program year 2021, annual action plan for the reallocation of funds, and I so move.
Second Mueller?
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Brooks, second by Gansifer. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-175, authorizing emergency procurement for the purchase of ultrasound machine for the Community Health Center, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Frizzalone. Previous roll call by Ventura, seconded by Ogala. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-176, authorizing contract with Workforce Services Division of Will County as the one-stop operator for Workforce Center of Will County, program year 22, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mitchell. Previous roll call by Berkowitz, seconded by Cook. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-177, authorizing contract renewal with Joliet Junior College Workforce Development for a work readiness program, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mitchell. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-178, authorizing contract renewal with Joliet Junior College Youth Occupational Training Program, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ventura. Previous roll call by Ogala, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-179, authorizing IGA with the City of Joliet regarding the city's annexation of Will County property, and I so move.
Second Mueller?
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Brooks, seconded by Tyson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-180, appointment of IMRF authorized agent, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call. Trenier, seconded by Tyson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-181, awarding contract to Duco Cement Construction for building concrete at the Will County Morgue, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Brooks. Previous roll call by Cook, seconded by Freeman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-182, awarding contract to JL Adler Roofing and Sheet Metal Incorporated for roofing at the Will County Morgue, and I so move.
Second.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Cook. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-183, awarding contract to Indicom Electric Company for electrical switchgear at the Will County Morgue, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Brooks. Previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-184, awarding contract to Testa Steel for structural steel and miscellaneous metals at the Will County Morgue, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Cook, second by Fritz. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. So this next one, leadership met with the executive's office and our consultants yesterday, and we agreed that we needed some more work on the allocation, the remaining unmet needs, specifically the Park District stuff. They're going to come back to us with some more information, and we'll be bringing this back to Executive Committee on July 7th. So I would like to make a motion to, I believe it's remand this to Executive Committee.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ventura. County Board Member Moose, discussion.
I just, and I know I'll have the opportunity to do this at the executive committee, but, you know, I would like us to consider the special rec districts for some funding, which basically help to have recreation for people with disabilities of all types. So, you know, I know that these were set up, you know, park districts are supposed to be funding them. Well, you know, municipalities that are with the municipalities are supposed to be funding their park districts. We're going to give them money. But I'm going to say this, is that, you know, the park districts or rec districts were obligated, they were obligated by federal law to set up programming for people with disabilities. And of course, they felt, I think in general, they couldn't deliver that. But they were going to be mandated by the federal government to do so. So they created these rec districts, which they were supposed to fund. And in reality, they don't really fund them. These special rec districts are going out, raising their own money, having fundraisers all the time to try to keep their operations going. You know, Mike's talked to me about this, and, you know, we basically have 3 special rec districts within Will County, and there could be a 4th, but basically there's 2 in their entirety, 1 partially in Will County. And they should be considered. You know, if we can't help fund people with disabilities, these programs are so important. Why should they, unlike park districts, have to go out and raise their own money? The park districts aren't going to, I'd say if the park districts ain't funding them, then cut the park district's money and send some additional money over to special rec. So I think they should be considered. I think they're extremely important to our communities, and I'm hoping they can be considered. You know, I'm talking maybe $25,000, $50,000, $25,000 a rec district. They're talking a lot of money. I mean, we got basically over $100 million. So please, I'm hoping to have this discussion, but I'd like to see maybe answer come back with a number, Madam Executive, with at least a number that we may consider. And I know your offices, you're working with them. So when they come to the Executive Committee, perhaps they can suggest a funding consideration for special rec and what that might be.
Yeah.
That's all I'm looking for.
No, and I appreciate it. And just so you're aware, Mr. Moose, the leadership is, they are discussing, they are making the parameters for this. So I'm sure, and Mike has brought it up too, so I know it's
Okay,
gonna
well,
be-
I would say the leadership, consider your parameters, and you should suggest that to answer before they come to the next executive
Yes.
meeting, so they're prepared and maybe can suggest a number and exactly how many special rec districts may be considered.
Yes, I believe that was the message taken away from a meeting yesterday, if I understand. County Board Member Trenier.
Jim said, I've had presentations at my local Rotary about the special rec districts. I do think it would be helpful. I believe the Bolingbrook Park District contributes a small amount, but it is small. And they do spend an awful lot of their time raising funds. And that was actually one of the things I liked about this referendum that we approved this morning, was that they would be able to assist people with disabilities as well as folks with mental health issues. So I didn't realize that that group wasn't on our list, so good to hear that somebody else was thinking the same thing. Thank you.
Speaker, okay, so we have a previous roll call by Cook, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-186, replacement hire for EMA volunteer coordinator, and I so move.
Second, Mueller.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by O'Gala. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Oh, I'm sorry, County Board Member Fritsch.
Thank you. So I wanted to point out that this resolution is actually incorrect. This is not a replacement hire, this is a new hire. So I just wanted to get that corrected and point that out so that
For
everyone
which one?
realizes.
For the volunteer coordinator?
Yes.
I think,
In the
Is-
resolution, it says it's a replacement hire, but in the background information, the form that was filled out, the new position is checked.
oh, it's, and do you want to just come real quick here? It's an existing position?
It's a new title,
It's, okay.
but it's a replacement hire for a position that we lost.
So do you understand? It's a replacement. The position was there. We're just hiring a new person for, so that's how they put them as, it's a replacement if it's not a brand-new added position that we have to the county.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
one way or the other, there's a conflict between,
Okay, they're saying that the.
what I'm saying is the resolution and the background information don't match, so.
We'll take a
that-
look, yeah.
That should be resolved.
County Board Member Mustis.
So I guess my question would be, we already had a person doing the volunteer coordination function. Or they paid. And I assume it was a paid position. And now we've just retitled the position, but the function stays the same of the position, or the duties of the position. Because even though you may have funding from another position, if you
It's not
created-
new funding to a new position is what it is. So I believe the person left. Can you come up here?
Yeah,
I mean,
so
I don't, believe it or not, I don't have that much hands-on on, when it's, you know, when
I
people,
wouldn't know, yeah.
when they,
I
you know,
understand.
I'm not monitoring all the hirees, so you can explain it better for me.
Earlier this year, we had 2 resignations. One was Harold, the other was Maria, who left just a few weeks before Harold. This position would be replacing one of those head counts. So it's not the position itself is a new title, but the head count is still within our current
Well,
operating budget.
So you have the funding from
Mhm.
another position, but you created a new position,
Right,
but you had the funding for
yes,
it.
correct.
So, and I do think that's, Madam Executive, is then a new position, because, and we understand you're not asking for funding, but it is a new position with a new title,
Okay, so
in my opinion. You know, can ask the state's attorney.
so, we've already voted on. Can you make it, so someone like to make a motion? We have completed that vote. Would someone like to make a motion to rescind the hiring of that person? And then I guess we could do an amendment to make it a new hire?
I'm not so sure, you're taking funding, this is part of the problem. We have, I think, in the county, with all office holders, right? People leave, people retire, but it's been funded. So now you're gonna reallocate that funding for a new position, and then come back and, like you say, well, we're not rehiring Harold or the other lady that resigned, but you might in the next budget. You know, I mean, we should be, you know, we had a practice for a long time that if the position wasn't filled, the funding went away. And, you know, you create new positions, but it can impact budgeting down the road. Just because you have the funding doesn't mean we should be hiring a new position. I mean, I think that, you know, I'd like to see some justification for the position. Madam
So, yeah,
Executive,
let me-
maybe you'd want
yeah.
to take a better look at it.
No,
I
that, which
don't
is
know.
fine, and again, I rely on my, my department heads to lead these discussions, what they need. But let me so we did not have a volunteer coordinator before. So who did, so this woman didn't have that title, but she
The
called the
tasks were being performed by Maria. However, because we have such a large volunteer base, we have about 85 volunteers, it does consume quite a lot of time. So her primary responsibilities of planning for emergencies were kind of pushed to the side. So we felt that the benefit would be to our volunteers and to our agency and our community to separate those two individually. So having someone focus solely on our volunteers, because it is such a large volunteer base, that's why we decided to separate that function.
So let me just clarify, when someone asks for, we have these conversations, this is, I mean, a director will come to us and say, someone has left. This responsibility has not been filled. I would like someone to focus completely on this responsibility. So this is something she just didn't do on her own. The first question I always ask is it a position that are we asking for additional funding? And the question was no. So it is a current position, and they are just reallocating the role. So maybe we have, by HR standards, we kind of follow their direction of what the president, what's in our, I guess, in our collective bargaining. I don't know if this, you know, we have to, whether it's if we're asking for a completely new budget, a new position, that's new. If we're just replacing the individual and changing the title, my understanding is that's the title of it, just based on precedent that we have done in the past. If we want to change how that is presented to the board, this is, you know, it's not a new position. We're not asking for additional funding. It is an existing, it was an existing role somewhere else. We're just reallocating a person's responsibility, per se. So, okay, let's finish.
So is it new or not? Is it new or not?
Before do we want to continue discussion, or does someone want to make a motion to rescind this? Okay, County Board Member Gould.
Just a question, so for greater certainty, perhaps for.
Hold on a second, I gotta turn off enough people. There you go.
Okay, so for greater certainty and in future, I mean, in terms of talking names, it doesn't mean much to people, but, so the person who resigned, what was their title?
Her title was planning officer.
Oh, okay. And now this person is going to be volunteer coordinator?
Mhm.
So then what happens to the planning, you know, the one that's eliminated then?
No, we actually posted for that one recently too. That posting closed at the beginning of the month.
Okay, so it is a new position then, so it's a net one if you fill the old one then. You're not eliminating anything.
No, and we still had the vacancy from Harold as well.
But he was the manager, he wasn't staff. He was a director. He was the director, yeah. Okay, so it's an increase of one. It would have been easier and more transparent if it just would have laid this out for the board. Then everybody on the board would know what's going on.
Yeah, and like I said, these go to executive committee too, and if there was any discussion, I am confusion. Like I said, I allow people to do their departments, and what she's saying is, we didn't replace, she is management, she replaced Harold, but we didn't replace her, is basically what we were saying. So we're using, I mean, it's like when any new director comes in, they are reallocating what they want their staff to do, how they can be better utilized, and I think that is what, you know, Allison did. So, what'd you say? So we voted on this already. I would need a motion to reconsider, I'm sorry. Okay, we have a motion by County Board Member Mooses to reconsider the replacement hire for EMA volunteer coordinator. Is there a second? Seconded by Mitchell. County Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Frizzalone. Newquist. Ogala. Cook? I don't know. I don't think they.
Okay, so please, we're going to clarify exactly what we are voting on so people are fully aware.
So the concern is that the resolution was not properly titled. It says it's a replacement hire, and it appears that it is a new hire. So what you're looking to do is reconsider the vote to approve a replacement hire, which it is not. Then, if you should decide to rescind it, you would amend this resolution to say it's a new hire for EMA volunteer coordinator. So that it's clear you authorized a new hire. Okay?
So do we have the proper motion? We have the proper motion out there.
Yeah, it's a motion to reconsider, so you would. Because you already passed it as you passed it as a replacement, but it's not a replacement, so you didn't approve what she really wants. So we're trying to fix it.
So County Board Member Fritz, you have a question.
I was actually going to propose a much simpler fix for this since Allison already clarified that the money's in the budget. It's really a Scrivener's error. Can't we do it as a Scrivener's error?
I'm not sure that when people voted, they understood it as a Scrivener's error. I mean, I think they saw this as a replacement hire. It's a different concept. So that's why I think it needs a vote.
Suggestion.
Yeah, thank you. County Board Member Berkowitz.
Just want to, right here, it says that the job title is administrative assistant. Is that correct? Because we're saying it's volunteer coordinator, right? But it says, oh, is that a different one? Am I on the wrong one? No.
Yeah, it says volunteer coordinator.
Is this for Soledad Rose, or am I on the wrong one?
Erin Ward. It's for Erin Ward, volunteer coordinator. Replacement hire for EMA
okay.
Volunteer coordinator is what we're dealing with. So you voted to pass this, but there was a misunderstanding as to whether it was a new hire or a replacement hire. So we're just trying to fix it so it's clear that this is a new hire. So in order to fix it, you have to reconsider the previous one, the previous vote. Then you would vote to amend the resolution, if you so choose, to say a new hire for EMA, and then vote to pass it as amended.
Oh, there.
3 votes.
Yeah, I opened the wrong one.
We were in the middle of votes, but there was a concern that we were concerned that we were getting a lot of, no, we don't want to reconsider this. So I didn't know if people understood what we're doing. Are there any?
So,
Oh, here we go.
Okay, so what? Are we going forward now?
so we have a motion to reconsider. On the table here, we have a second. Are there any more discussions on the motion? We can do a motion for a previous roll. Cook, seconded by Gansifer. So this is to reconsider. So all in favor? Any opposed? The motion to reconsider carries. Now we need a motion to amend. Can I get a motion to amend by Mitchell, seconded by Trier. Previous roll call? Ganzifer, seconded by Ventura. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. At this time, I need a motion to approve as amended the hire for the volunteer. Motion by Frizzalone, seconded by Fritz. Previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by Cook. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, now before I read this one.
Yeah.
Is it a replacement hire? Really? We think it is, right? Are we sure? Okay. 22-187, replacement hire ICT application programmer analyst, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Cook. Previous roll call by Trinier. Seconded by Gansfer. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-188, replacement hires for Animal Control Department, Animal Control Officer, and Operations Manager, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ganzifer. Previous roll by Cook, seconded by Mueller. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-189, replacement hire for Workforce Services Administrative Assistant.
Motion by
And
Cowan.
I so move. Sorry.
Seconded by O'Gala. Previous roll call by Van Dyne. Seconded by Berkowitz. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-190, replacement hires for Sunny Hill Nursing Home. And I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ventura. Previous roll call by Cook. Seconded by Newquist. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-191, suspending Will County Board rules regarding section 3.08, setting the county board agenda.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by O'Gala. Yeah. I got you.
So this is, under your rules, you have to set your agenda at least 7 days before the county board meeting.
right.
This allows you to do it because you're moving the date next month for NACO, you will only have 6 days. So you're suspending the rules to allow a setting of the agenda with less time than you normally would.
Thank you for the reminder.
Okay, we had a motion by Cowan, we had seconded by O'Gala. Previous roll call by Ventura, seconded by Frizzalone. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Our next executive committee meeting is scheduled for July 7th, 2022 at 10 a.m. And I would like to make a motion to accept the appointments by the county executive.
Second, Mueller.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Markham. Previous roll call by Gansifer. Sorry. County Board Member Parker.
Just wondering about Sunnyland. I can't click on, open that up. Anybody else, or is it just mine? The Sunnyland appointments.
There's been
No, Sunnyland.
I know there's been no changes, but it's the existing people. Okay. Is that, we didn't make it. Huh? Is Sunnyland even on there? I can open it. But we didn't make any, Can you open, do you want the name? Oh, I thought you said.
Oh, yeah, I can.
Okay. So we have a motion by Cowan, seconded by Markham. We have one no, so can we we'll do a previous roll call by, you got it already with the no, okay. All in favor, any opposed? We got our opposition, motion carries. At this time, are there any public comments relevant to matters under the jurisdiction of the county?
Madam Executive, I have the public comment from online.
Oh, okay, thank you.
If you want to do that first?
Yep.
Okay, this is from Ashley Anderson, submitted via email on Thursday, June 16th at 6:30 a.m. for County Board public comment. I'm expressing concern over the recent hiring of 2 shift supervisors at the Laraway Communications 911 Center. Ryan Jandura and Jonte Veal were both approved during the April board meeting. Both applicants have no experience and do not have at least 3 years of continuous service as a public safety telecommunicator. The paperwork submitted with the approval stated that there were 72 applicants and these 2 were the most qualified. How was this approved if neither applicant has experience or met the required qualifications on the job posting? I'm respectfully requesting this matter be looked into.
That the only email we have? That's it? Okay. At this time, we'll move on to comment by the county board members. If the county board member has a comment, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Come on up. How are you, Tony? Good.
Hello, everybody. I only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to read and be brief and put Juneteenth up here. Oh, wow. Good morning. My name is Tony Greathouse. I am a social entrepreneur and a concept artist. For the past 26 years, I've specialized in merging strategy and design to creatively solve problems. I've rented space in the University of St. Francis Business Incubator since 2016, which is located in the plaza down the street and across from the Rialto Theater. Thank you for allowing me to speak briefly about the launch of the flagship Juneteenth program this Sunday, Father's Day, from noon to 4 p.m. at the Joliet Area Historical Museum. I additionally want to retroactively thank all of you on the board. I am a recipient of one of the grants that you offered during the pandemic. It helped for rent, it helped for a lot of things, and I'm here today because of it. Today, I'm here because there are far too many people who are pointing fingers, and more people are needed to lend a hand. The latter is the reason I'm here, to extend a helping hand, and that is the ethos that breathed life into the Juneteenth program. I also want to take a moment to thank Margaret and Saud and any of you who want to come. We are going to open with a pledge of allegiance because Black history is American history. So the new Blues Brothers on a Mission from God church backdrop sets the stage to build bridges between diverse people. Past racial problems constructed barriers to diversely move forward. Oprah Winfrey said it best. Forgiveness is giving up the hope that the past could have been any different. This sentiment informed Juneteenth in Joliet's original design. It draws on caricature art, pun intended, to lighten the mood and look at personal perceptions before proceeding to act. The objective increases connectivity between diverse people in an atmosphere amid nostalgia. The Joliet Area Historical Museum, with help from the City of Joliet, extends free entry to experience ambient gospel music, watch a documentary, have caricature artists draw out the best in you. Understanding is bridged with 2 panels of professionals who add insights across the spectrum of entrepreneurship, education, faith, and the law. Creativity is further unleashed with the introduction of a Black history-themed Jeopardy meets bingo game. The activity engages family members, neighbors, and co-workers across the course of 2022 and 2023 in the search for answers to factual questions. Conversations emphasize the importance of personal empowerment to make progress in the state of race relations. The ask from each person is to assume responsibility to do what you can with what you have, where you are, to navigate the explosive minefield of hidden racial bias, which everybody has, regardless of what race we are. The takeaway encourages people to think before responding. This stance represents a substantive solution to facilitate the uncomfortable process of racial healing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. County Board Member Ventura.
Yes, so I have just 3 quick comments. The first is congratulations to our Land Use Department for their Energy Conservation Award. It's very exciting indeed. Brianna and Christina worked hard to engage stakeholders, many who are on this board, before the county board passed this, and so it is a huge congratulations to our staff.
The second thing is I'm just going to bring up once again the RFP on the housing and ask that we get an update on where we stand on that, more than an update, action on it. And the last thing I have is a happy Father's Day this Sunday and happy Juneteenth to everyone. There are several events happening in the county, so I just encourage everyone to check them out, including the one the speaker just spoke on. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Fritz.
Thank you. We started this session with a moment of silence, which was dedicated ostensibly to victims of gun violence. I'm constantly frustrated, somewhat mystified why we talk about gun violence. Guns don't commit violence. People commit violence. Are we gonna talk about water violence? Like the father who drowned his 3 children in Round Lake Beach last week? Are we gonna talk about hatchet violence like we had in Naperville the other day? I ask and pray that concerned people will focus on the evil and the hate in the hearts of those who commit violence instead of focusing on the particular weapon used. It's just violence. Thank you.
County Board Member Pretzel.
How about those gas prices? The Will County motor fuel tax is an additional burden on the residents of Will County. I'm going to continue to bring it up at every meeting until we can at least have a discussion about repealing the tax. There's a resolution out there. I can't believe that we're not even open to looking at that resolution. I'm asking that it be assigned to an agenda. Thank you.
County Board Member Balich.
Yeah, I agree with Gretchen, what she said, but I just wanted to publicly thank the South Suburban Black Chamber of Commerce. They represent Cook and Will County for nominating me as the county board, most outstanding county board member. So you guys would be a little shocked, but Cook and Will from the Black Chamber.
Congratulations. County Board Member Mitchell.
That's because you're outstanding, Steve. Okay. I would like to also acknowledge Juneteenth. I've been involved in Bolingbrook's Juneteenth committee since I look back and it's been 8 years. So I'm aging backwards. It's been 8 years. And so for a lot of people who don't know, Juneteenth started in 1865 when Abraham Lincoln, after the Civil War, sent a captain or colonel, whatever, a member of his army to Texas to say, hey, you guys are actually free. So this started in Texas because they didn't know that they were free. They were still people who were enslaved. And so it used to be a Texas thing or something that was done in the South but hadn't spread. And we opened this up to the north to celebrate the same thing, and we've been doing it, and it's been a great time. We've had some elected officials involved. They've happily given to the Bolingbrook Juneteenth event, which will be happening this Saturday at noon at the Roger Clare Performing Arts Center. I invite all of you to join. It's a really great time, especially when the sun goes down and the band starts playing. It's nothing but fun. Please join us for a time of fair, festivities, and just celebrating freedom. And this is just another part of our American history. And like I said, I invite you all. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. County Board Member Ogala.
Thank you. I have 3 things I'd like to discuss. One is next Friday, June 24th at 8 a.m. in the morning till 4 p.m. The Chicago Wilderness is offering a special tour of innovative conservation agricultural practices taking place in Will County. We will meet at the Monet Reservoir and then travel by bus to Sissy Agroforestry, organic and conventional farms around the county, committed to sustainable and regenerative farming practices and food production. I'd encourage all you guys to sign up for that. Tickets are $10. The other event I would like to tell you about is a little over 2 weeks from now. It's on Wednesday, June 29th. The South Cook Soil and Water Conservation District is having their annual recognition dinner. This is recognizing the Gorman Farm Fresh Produce as winners of the Conservation Family Farm of the Year winners. An evening of good food, spirits, and raffles and music, and that will be held at the district office on 1201 South Gauga Road in New Lenox. And for those of you who are like me, there will be a margarita bar truck, so come on down and let's enjoy a couple drinks. So that was a lot of fun. Now there's something really serious I'd like to talk about. As a board, since I've been elected, I've talked about the Peatone Airport, the need, that there is no need for it. The airlines have not supported it. Our elected officials of the South Suburban mayors and managers have pushed forward for this for many years. We've recently talked about a new interchange that was proposed off of I-57 at Eagle Lake Road. And I have continuously brought forward, and our legislative agenda, state legislative agenda, also identifies the fact that both the Moni-Manhattan interchange as well as the Peatone-Wilmington interchange both have severe safety issues concerned to them, and both need to be improved, and that we had asked for this money to be spent on that rather than a new interchange. It's terrible that as board members and as board, we know what we need here in Will County, and that the state is not hearing our words yet, moving forward with their mission to build an airport that has, I don't know, been talked about since 1968. So I'm upset with that. I think the residents in Eastern Will County are upset with that. And when you have a conversation with your legislator, please have that conversation with them to say, you know what, safety issues are huge at both those interchanges that exist today. We should redirect those funds and put them where they belong. Thank you.
Thank you. This time, do any of our leaders have anything to say? No? All right. All right. All right. Nice and quiet.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing. Last month, we approved the zoning for the ECS facility, and I started an envelope for us to make a donation. I know we're always here spending our constituents' money. If you want to spend some of your own money, you can donate. The envelope will close up at the end of this month, and then we'll make an appropriate donation to whatever we get in the envelope. Thank you.
Thank you. I need a motion to go into executive session to discuss collective bargaining negotiations. Motion by Mitchell, seconded by Coleman. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizzalone. Yes. Newquist. Yes. Ogalla. Yes. Cook. Yes. Moostis. Moostis. Yes. Mitchell. Yes. Tyson. Yes. Gazanfer. Trainier. Fritz. Yes. Gould. Yes. Van Dyne. Yes. Balich. Yes. Brooks. Yes. Parker. Yes. Ventura. Yes. Coleman. Yes. Markham. Yes. Berkowitz. Yes. Pretzel. Yes. Weigel. Yes. Freeman. Yes. Cowan.
Yes. 22 affirmative.
Okay, we will start in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Let people. Are we all set again?
19 affirmative.
All right, thank you. We are now out of executive session. At this time, I need a motion to accept the recommendation of Labor Council. Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Is there previous roll call? Newquist, second by, okay, hold on then. All right, we're going to do a roll call then. So we have a motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Frizzalone. Newquist. Ogala. Cook. Moostis. Mitchell. Tyson. Yes. Trainier. Fritz. Gould. Is Don gone? Okay. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks. Parker. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Cowan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 affirmative.
With 17 affirmative, the motion carries. I need a motion to recess to July 2nd, 2022. Motion by Mitchell, seconded by Mueller. All in favor? Any opposed? We now recess until July 20th, 2022.